Hello and welcome to Zaxria. We are back for another night at the Knots Around table. Thank you for watching, and if you are, make sure you are following. Once we reach 100 followers, we are giving away the most recent D&D book, whatever it may be. As well, if you are subscribing, you get a free mini from Hero Forge if you win that giveaway. Also, make sure you check out our YouTube. There are VODs all the way up till episode, I believe, 107 on there. And some podcasts and other D&D RPG stuff to look at. So, without further ado, last we left off, after the summit, you all began to kind of walk and go on your own ways. This summit that was gathered essentially of all of the kingdoms in order to try and come up with some sort of a plan of defense maybe, or even offensive type attack, but more or less to get everybody on the same page of what is going on currently in Zaxria with the impending culling. You guys, going on your separate ways, Azrael and Ander went to retrieve their newly made armor, which they were able to successfully put on. After donning the kind of dragon hide armor, you guys made your way down, and upon doing so, Azrael looked back and saw Chelonia falling down to a knee. His eyes kind of glowed this deep yellow, having a flash of images showing a kind of rogue hooded figure, hands coming out of the ground, a stone tablet, to which you know to be the stone, the summoning stone of Erebos. This kind of powerful artifact that was used in the eradication by Endrazu. And then the last image was a dead arm that was suspected to be that of Siegfried's, that had become reanimated. With those, Chelonia began explaining the visions that he had, and then Connor and Azrael had began making their way down into the vault where they knew the tablet to be to ensure its safety, while Moldrak and Chelonia went looking for the Dean. In doing this, moments after this all kind of occurred, the keep was attacked by Rezul, and a summoned horde of undead as well attacked. Rezul, being a necromantic turtle, came seeking this summoning tablet of Erebos. You could tell by the way that he carried himself and the magic that he wielded that he definitely was a very, very powerful adversary. The fight ensued and lasted some time. Several people kind of just running in panic, bodies kind of falling all over the place, those bodies as well becoming reanimated. You guys killing essentially undead that really didn't have that decay sense to them. They were more just like these kind of grayish, kind of leathery, fleshy-looking individuals just from the life being sucked from them. But hundreds of them that you kind of carved your way through in order to get to essentially back to the steps of the keep where there was this kind of front being held. And then once you made your way there, the sky kind of got dark for a moment, and then as you looked up, watching the sun itself being blocked out by Rhaegon, the lava dragon whom you had encountered before, slamming into one of the statues on the keep and then yanking back the top part of it, revealing beneath that a pylon of power that you know to be spread throughout Zaxria. And then all four of the statues, you assumed, just based on the other one also breaking, that there was some sort of pylon of power there. Could be some of the magic that fuels much of what the keep is and how it runs the way it does. The fighting, all ensuing, the chaos everywhere, between the fight on the ground, the fight up on the top of the keep in the air, and below in the vaults, after Rezul had caused enough havoc and distraction to make his way down, had teleported beneath, alongside him, a large kind of zombie-type ghoul and a skeleton minotaur. He made his way into the vault basement where both Connor and Azrael were waiting, unaware of what was even happening above. But you could tell that the creature was after the tablet as he had asked for it, and kind of gave you an opportunity to just give it up and be spared, essentially. A fight kind of broke out. It was more of a defensive front that you guys had taken, seeing as how you were kind of unmatched, or outmatched, rather. Azrael kind of putting down this shield, kind of holy barrier, protecting you guys from a lot of the magic that was going your way. And the plan, essentially, in that moment was to get the tablet and just get it as far away as you could from this individual that you could. A little bit of a spellcasting battle back and forth with some counter spells and some outwitting of your opponent, you were able to teleport out with Dimension Door and make your way up and out of the vault here in order to get to kind of the commons area, where you ended up meeting back up with Chelonia, and I believe I might have just been Chelonia down there. Yep, Chelonia was. Yep, everybody else was up fighting. You let him know that you were going right now to Arcanoria in order to get out of here, and you would meet there. In doing that, Chelonia started scaling up the keep itself, running up every little ledge he could possibly to get to the top, while you guys at the top continued to fight Rhaegon alongside Siegfried. It really wasn't too difficult of a fight for you to take down Rhaegon. You could tell that he was still wounded-ish from the previous encounter that you had with him. But there was a lot of damage that was dealt to him very quickly in order to be able to successfully take him down. And in doing so, Zarbrax, in the moment, took his head off. Very, very large head, but was able to remove it. And then after doing so, Chelonia used his staff, Seul, to use the Sanctuary ability on it to bring you to the Hall of Gillian, where you are now. The second you get into the hall itself, you really weren't too far behind Connor and Azrael in getting here. So all of you guys within the hall right now are trying to take this moment to kind of catch your breath. You're all now within the Hall of Gillian. You're covered in dust, ash, blood, sweat, other liquids that you really don't want to try to imagine what they are from, but most of it is just like flesh and stuff from most of the bodies of the zombies that you just kind of carved your way through. Your heart's still pounding and beating fast. For those of you that had that battle with Rhaegon, you have this kind of like little bit of soot and some singed clothes and hairs due to the heat. Zar is covered in blood, just completely from like head to toe, like mostly saturated, like on his chest, like some of the armor that you have, like the fur, whatever it may be, or leathers, are just like soaked in this blood from chopping the head off of Rhaegon as you're sitting there, kind of holding it by one of the horns or tooth or something. You can see a dull glow of red beneath the charred kind of volcanic rock hide that's on the head, similar to what you remember seeing on the tail. You notice that it's kind of just like slowly like fading out, like the fire in there is just like slowly dying, and it's a very, very steady pace where you can just see it like slowly dimming and going away, and then like little bits of like kind of black volcanic rock are just like kind of crumbling and falling on the ground. Your abrupt and kind of disruptive arrival garners the attention of many, including Magisterium Adrixir, who you can see standing atop the steps going into the chambers of the sect, and several students that he seemed to have been talking with, kind of all standing around. You hear these kind of like yells and shouts. You look over and you can see Magisterium noticing you there. Essentially, you and Azrael, when you kind of came through, walked from the original like marbled gateway, make your way out just by the route that you came, and then started going up those stairs. Once you got up into the stairs and the doors were open and started closing behind you, there was this just big, bright, yellowish white light that kind of emanated out, and then from that there was just this like thud of everybody appearing into the room. Blood starts to kind of just spew outward. You hear Magisterium Adrixir kind of shout out, "Keepers, what happened?" And then you hear a thud as you look over and see one of the students is just like passed out on the ground. A couple of the other ones walk over to kind of help him up to his feet and kind of like try to wake him up, and he's passed out.
Sorry, Magisterium. The keep is under attack at the moment.
Still under attack.
Well, we left on a positive note, but we had to get something out of there.
What is that something?
This, I hold up.
Oh, hey, those guys are still here?
Rock, in the cloak from the individual that I took it off of.
Well, do it. Quickly, over here then.
Yeah, we can't touch this. I have some strong magic coming off of it, I don't know. But it's not good magic.
Right, we'll bring it into the chambers. Talk about it there. As you were, everyone stay here within the hall.
You think Trigadir's gonna want this?
The head?
Yeah. Well, we want the skull, but like he could use the components.
For now, I think we'll leave it as is and deal with it in a moment.
It's leaking.
That's quite alright. We have means of cleaning it up easily.
Okay. I guess you could just set it there and we'll deal with it after.
Okay. Well,
Holding it, kind of the blood, there's another
Just gonna
thud.
put a big ass
That
dragon
student
head
that
in
just
the
kind of
middle
started
the
getting up, the thud happens and he just passes right out
This-
again.
This dragon head is what, like 10 feet long
Easily,
or
yeah.
something?
Yeah.
I would imagine we were like each holding it,
Yeah.
a piece of it.
as I'm walking away from him, I'm gonna kind of kick it under my breath and be like, "You fucking bitch."
Don't promote that guy. He passed out twice.
How are we looking on my
Put the guy in
spell?
dragon studies.
Yeah.
Did you see what
There was about 4 or so minutes when you guys got here, just because we cut the duration in half, right? Because it lasts 10,
Yeah.
so like a full 5 minutes on it. So you probably have like anywhere from 3 to 4 minutes right now, and you can kind of sense when that magic starts to dwindle and go away. Like you can kind of see this aura of blue, kind of magic holding it at bay. You're not really sure what it is that is trying to be unleashed from it, or released rather, but you can sense that something is trying to break out of whatever hole that you have placed around the tablet itself. At this moment, you guys make your way in, start rushing inside. Like I said, you're still like just in complete disarray at this moment, but you're more focused on what this tablet is and essentially what it can mean for what is to come. And you know that it is important for them to have some sort of attack that they put out in order to retrieve it. Once you get inside, the doors behind kind of close. You can see the Magisterium is taking his hands up and like kind of rolling around into these circles that you can see on the walls themselves. There's a bunch of, so that kind of like slowly spinning orb that sits above all the rings. You can see on the walls that there are some like, some of those same kind of metallic kind of bronze rings that he's just like kind of swirling and turning around. And on those rings there's a bunch of glyphs on them, and you watch it kind of rotating and clicking till it gets to a point where there's this light kind of dull of purple energy that starts to go out and start to push around the edges of the chamber, to where everything around the chamber is like completely purple and closed off besides the door right now. And it takes him probably, like a good minute or so to do that. So you're watching him do this and you're thinking like, okay, this seems important, but you're also like, okay, like hurry the fuck up. You can feel the time kind of catching up to you as it's going along. All right, what is going on?
I kind of lay this out on the table and like take the cloak off of it. This is some form of summoning stone.
Right.
There was a turtle individual, a minotaur, a golem of some sorts, and I don't know. Azrael and I were able to get this out of the case at the keep. They were holding it there because trying to protect it, I guess. I don't know.
Well, by the looks of it, just from me looking at it, there's no way I can destroy it or do anything with it. I can sense the magic that you're talking about. It is strong, very strong. Powerful. There's something almost like a homing beacon on it that I can detect. Arcanori has magical wards protecting it, though I fear whoever is seeking that tablet has enough power. They may not have issue making their way here.
We should probably get it out of here then.
What are you thinking?
Teneveth, the High Priestess there, has some affinity with destroying artifacts like these. This may be different or more powerful than previous artifacts we've brought her, but I think it's the best shot.
Sorry, I don't mean to interject. Can you put a barrier on this? My magic's starting to fade on it.
I can put some sort of a ward around it, temporarily, to make it harder to find. The tablet resonates with some force of power that's pretty easily identifiable. If you know what you're searching for, really with a basic spell, a novice first-year student could do the same, really, to find it. But there's also something else. Something almost trying to get out.
Should I put it in the bag of holding, do you think?
I'll play.
There is. I would say that that would work. But also, it being a kind of dimension in itself, it could be protected from any wards that I place on it, and other creatures could detect it within that, and even possibly just go right into the bag itself and pull the tablet
Take it.
from there.
Okay, well, I'll do that.
That makes a lot of shit too.
Yeah, that's true. Not a lot in there.
The ward I place on it, though, should keep it at least hidden for some time. As to what's being contained within it, though, I'm not sure that anything I can do can keep it from trying to get out. I can't tell if it's any sort of being or if it's just some surge of magic trying to make its way out. These magics are not familiar to me. It's not arcane really in nature. It's more of a dark divination or conjuration type magics. You watch two kind of quick like bliffs of energy that cause you to kind of get on guard, but you watch Tregadier making his way in, as well as Asim, who you're assuming knew of this. You watch the Magisterium. I informed them of your arrival. Let's see if there's anything they could do. Asim kind of makes his way up and quickly looks it over. You can tell that you probably have less than 2 minutes left before whatever's on it breaks off. While they're walking up, the Magisterium kind of takes his hands over the middle part where you've kind of just dropped the cloak down in the tablet itself. There's several kind of rings that just start to kind of levitate and lift up to cause this little table in the center here. Takes his hands over, and you can see him just kind of like relax for a moment, squeeze his hands. You can see that the amount of magic he put into trying to seal everything off here really wasn't too taxing on him, but he just kind of focuses. There are a few things we can do in order to keep it protected for some time, but we'll have to act quickly. The tablet in front of him, I'll place wards upon it, and we can seal it in the chambers now if we want to. The chamber itself is able to be magically sealed if it becomes necessary. Not sure if the keep has, or the Ten of Eth has anything similar to that, but I'm sure that they would know more about it than we do here, but I can guarantee you that we can seal it here if you want to. But for the time being, he starts to take his hands and kind of roll them over it. As he's doing that, it takes him a good, 10-15 seconds to do so. You watch Asim make his way up and start to inspect it before he kind of takes a couple of steps back after getting close enough to it. Tregadier makes his way up. What the hell is that blasted thing doing here? That's going to cause a lot of problems for us, Magisterium. Tregadier, not now. He continues to do the same with the magical ward. You watch this veil of purple kind of hit over it. Probably a good 40 or so seconds left before you can tell that your barrier upon it is going to start to crack and fade. For now, that's all I can really do. Aside from sealing it within here, I fear that whatever it is that is sealed within it is going to make its way out shortly.
Do you think the Paladins of Cabraxit might, they deal with capturing demons?
I don't know. They might.
Tregadier, do you know something about this?
I know nothing of this particularly, but I can tell you just by standing here that it is strong and powerful and it is dark magics.
Okay, well, we don't want to put the city in danger. We should probably...
You may have already done so just by bringing it here.
Didn't really have any other options.
There never is any other options. This whole damn thing's going off the walls.
Yep.
This is all left in your competent hands then. All of you will be taking care of this. The fate of the world rested on your shoulders. I'm sure we will... Tregadier, not now.
Unless you want to do it.
Well, if I had my way, there'd be different ways of doing things for sure. But for the time being, I'll be making sure my own are taken care of. Tregadier, and then you watch a blip of energy as he disappears as well. Pay no mind to him. At that moment, you feel the seal kind of break off. You watch this kind of radiant red energy start to push back on the tablet itself. You can see a bunch of cracks inside of the glyphs itself, almost as if the power that was within it was kind of contained inside of the tablet. The same surge of energy that you felt when you grabbed it, you can see is almost emanating off of it, and you can sense it. You can see these red kind of crackles of lightning that are kind of going around it. the symbol in the middle of the eye that is upon it, you can see it kind of start to pulse and radiate with some sort of energy. The purple ward that is on it doesn't seem to be by any means containing what it is that is coming from the tablet itself. You can see this red pulse of energy that starts to break and come from the top of it to where the tablet itself is almost starting to suspend itself upward in a way. There's this moment where you guys are just kind of observing what is going on with it while you're trying to figure out what to do with it right now. Looking at it, you can see that the energy that's kind of radiating off of it almost has this red crackle of energy going from the bottom parts of it. You can see as the tablet itself is floating and kind of suspended inside of the hull here, there's this single pulse that comes from the eye itself, and then from that eye, all of the energy kind of subsides and sits for a moment, to where the tablet itself now almost seems as if it has been activated in a way. The eye in the center is just kind of this completely filled red eye-like symbol. There's these kind of crackles of red energy that kind of surround it, almost as if before it was just kind of dormant and now it has been reactivated.
How high is this off the ground? Like the tablet?
Probably only it's reachable, like you could grab it.
Okay.
Yeah, just grab it.
You have death ward on you still.
Yeah. I have my staff out,
Mm-hmm.
and I go up to, I reach towards the glyph,
Mm-hmm.
and I cast Dispel Magic.
Mm-hmm.
As I cast Dispel Magic, I reach into my pocket,
Yep.
and I pull out the bead that I was given by Gillian, and I slam it into the glyph.
Okay. There's this moment that you have where you realize that you definitely need to do something. You can see the energy crackling out from it. You can feel the surge of power coming from it. And you know that whatever this artifact is, essentially, in the wrong hands definitely could be very, very bad for the world. There's a split second where you're contemplating if this is right, and you take the bead, you're kind of holding it. You go to slam it forward, and as you go to slam it forward, there's this pulse of red energy that starts to surge backward, and then as it does, you feel it shove you back onto the ground, still holding the bead, still holding the staff. You slam down onto the ground. You can feel this just intense, almost like crushing pain in your chest just from the force of it throwing you back. And you holding this bead and feeling the power coming from the bead and holding the staff and then looking up at the tablet itself, realizing that if that wasn't enough to do it, that you're not really sure what you can do to try to dispel it.
That's all I got.
Magisteria makes his way over. Connor, are you alright? And helps you up to your feet.
Fear I don't know how to get rid of this.
I think I can protect it.
Is someone coming out of that right now?
Possible.
Can we just throw the thing back over it, grab it and go?
Connor, Chelonia, and Ander make wisdom saves.
Oh, this isn't a good thing. Oh wait, I do a wisdom save.
Do a wisdom save.
It's helpful.
I'll get +1 for
Yeah.
me.
I feel like
Plus one?
I don't use my
Yep.
Damn, you think we got time to go get your armor enchanted?
That would be nice.
26.
21.
Okay. The tablet floating up in the air.
Okay.
Connor starts, after Connor reaching up at it, I'm not gonna say why. Okay, so for you, you just start to kind of look up at it, and you're saying you're ready for something to just burst out of this or start to come from it. But as you're looking up at it, there's this moment in the back of your head where you're like, man, if I could use that. could use that.
I probably can't get on the table to grab it, so I think we're good.
Something's kind of drawing you up there, and you feel like you're just at this tipping point where you're contemplating walking over and trying to grab it to harness the magic. You take like 2 or 3 steps forward before you watch Chelonia kind of take a hand down at you and then shake his head as he's realizing that the same effect of the tablet itself is trying to like pull a user to it, essentially.
I'm confused as shit.
Am I still like?
No, you're
Okay.
kind of out of it. Like, okay.
What if we smash it?
Do
I
I
don't-
recognize the symbol?
Guys, I
You
don't
were
know.
told by them that it's the symbol of Erebos, who is the god of death.
I'm not sure what it is. But this tablet's definitely making me want to just like grab it and like I don't even know what I could do with it, but like there's like something in the back of my head. And I'm pretty sure it's the tablet. I don't think it's me, but I guess there's a chance it's
Kind of
me.
like my head down, eyes closed, just like whispering like prayers like out loud. Like,
Anybody else
what's his
struggling
face?
to not grab it?
He told us that it was like the tablet of Bromax or whatever, right?
Can we get a message to
These
the High
two weren't
Priestess?
Present for that.
Send ones.
I don't
But Bromax
know
used it?
if she's able to leave the city, but maybe if we could summon her here, she might be able to assist. But I don't know if her powers are greater when she's in her temple.
Well, by the looks of it right now, it doesn't look like we're grabbing it, taking it from here. He reaches back. Once we seal ourselves in here, I'm not going to be able to get out.
I also have a secondary mechanism of last resort that I can do if necessary. I have my stasis thing, so if I jumped and grabbed the tablet and cast stasis on myself, I would be encased with it and it would be invulnerable to damage for an hour.
Okay.
So, if it comes down to it, I'll do that.
Just carry you somewhere?
I see him standing in here. All of this magic is far too much for me right now. I need to study some things. I cannot be sealed in here. I'll steady him if you need me. You know how to reach me.
Get fucking Trigadeer back in here talking all that shit.
Can you?
Yeah, where's his suggestions?
Yeah.
I got ways to handle this. Dips out.
Do you think you would be better served just sealing us in Magisterium? I don't know. You know, you might be a greater help
The goats in the thing.
outside of this building.
Oh, you're good idea.
That is a good point. I can show Connor how to unseal it if need be, but once you're sealed in here, the magics in here are very strong. There's no sense of divination magic or arcane magic that really can pierce it unless it's quite powerful. This is intended or was created to be some sort of a safe place, a safeguard, if you would. So if things ever went bad again. If for any reason any of you need to leave now would be the time, because once it's unsealed, the magic it requires to cause it to be sealed once more, it takes some time.
Shit, I gotta go grab milk. I totally forgot.
I left the stove on.
Gotta give my cat a bath.
should I go to Teneveth?
No, we can't leave. Should you go?
Yeah.
So he's going to get word. Maybe the High Priestess will notify everybody there of what's going on. I don't know. It might be better to have you explain it, but
If we get
I-
if we get locked in here, like you said, can the High Priestess somehow get in here?
I could bring her here
we'd have to.
if we're not ready to seal it now, but as I said, whatever magic is coming from this, we don't have much time. I'll send for her at once. I'll go get her myself.
Okay.
If you need to. He kind of reaches over with his hand before kind of collecting and then expanding a series of glyphs to show some sort of a spell that you can kind of just use in order to kind of seal it. It's pretty much just like this glyph of sealing, essentially. You've seen very similar magic to it. This is just on like a kind of different scale of it, I guess. Just cast it upon the door. You can see the rings there. He kind of points to the same kind of series of 3 rings that kind of revolve around each other till the glyphs all line up. The glyphs kind of line up left to right, like when you rotate it to the correct portion of like the glyphs that he showed you, it kind of just reads the same all the way across to where if you lock it to that spot, it will be there. and then you know to unseal it, you would literally just kind of open up a spot. You'd be fine.
Am I aware of a pylon of power in Teneveth?
In Teneveth?
Yeah.
No. Not aware of one.
I'm not very magical. Is there something I can do to help before I get locked in here with you guys?
Just be strong.
Be here with us, and whatever comes out of this, if something comes out of it.
I'm ready to smash it.
That's all we can do. I think you should stay, Azrael, but if you feel like you need to go, I would also understand.
So, is it soul magic that I can sense coming out of this thing?
Not for this one.
No.
You feel that it called your wisdom save being high. It called to you in some sort of a way because you feel that you probably have an affinity to be able to use it.
It called me so stupid.
I think that's the wrong approach. It didn't call to me.
You're too stupid.
It's like a sweet spot of stupidity.
He's right in the middle. Right in the middle.
At this point, Magisterium has kind of disappeared,
All right, let's
to
do
where
this.
it's just all of you standing within here now.
Seal it up. I don't want to waste any more time.
Now that we've got the tiers figured out. Shalom and Connor.
Once the
And
High
it
Priestess gets back, you guys can seal it, because she won't be able to get back in.
Right.
But for the time being, you guys probably have a few moments to discuss and plan anything that you would want to do before they return. Not going to be very long, maybe a couple minutes at most. You can still feel and see the power surging from the tablet, but your understanding of it is that it was, and yours too, that whatever was inside of it that was trying to become unleashed was essentially just the magic in it that activates it to where, you know, it is usable and working essentially. Before it was kind of dormant. And when you grabbed it, you were able to kind of resist it becoming activated, and then it was sealed almost immediately by Azrael.
We don't have any like divine magic potions, do we?
No, unfortunately.
How big is the room that we're in?
We'll tap out right now.
Maybe 40 or so feet wide. It's kind of like a circle.
Are there things in the room, or is it just the table and the tablet?
Essentially, there's like these floating steps that go up to a center platform, and then this center platform is kind of suspended above what looks to be just like a kind of void space underneath. It doesn't look like it's like a black hole type drop off. It's just kind of like this magical kind of underneath to it.
So I'm gonna start putting chairs. Defenses.
There are chairs. They're just the ones that are like set up for the sect. Yes.
Point of contention that might change all the stuff that just happened. Siegfried did come with us.
Siegfried's still in there, though.
Okay,
He's
so
just
sure.
standing there. Doesn't change anything.
All right, got it.
You can tell just by his demeanor that he's just here to assist. You know, like he's here to help you guys.
All right.
We brought him with us so he doesn't That's baller shit.
Could someone who didn't know about Arcanoria be in Arcanoria and not know it's Arcanoria?
Yes.
Yes, there's people
We
here
took-
right
we
now.
brought
There's
people.
refugees.
There's refugees
Aside
here.
from like the
We
Marble
brought
Gate, I guess.
the paladins through here in the
Do you
side.
think could somebody walk around Arcanoria and not realize that?
They're in a floating city in the sky that
Oh.
nobody knows about except for the people who
not
know
like
about
walking
it.
around in like the city part you put in, right? Because you can tell.
Well, yeah, once you made your way out, you'd know.
Yeah.
It's just
okay.
We covered the dwarves'
Yeah.
heads when they
Right.
with us.
Yeah, that
I
was
mean, we're just
to
in a
keep it
building,
secret
so
and
like,
everything.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
And half them died
Yeah, it's more of when you're not here. Like you can't express or let somebody know that is unaware of its existence
Oh,
that it
okay.
exists. But with the way that everything's kind of been unraveling, and kind of people coming in and out of here, its secrecy is slowly kind of dwindling away, and you notice that even
We're really
with the
fucking
summit.
up the secrecy of this place is what's
Yeah.
happening.
Yeah.
Well, the world's gonna end, so it's not gonna be here very much longer anyways.
The world is not gonna.
I'm just kidding.
Pretty
Well,
safe.
Azrael feels very
I'm
drained
just worried
from
about
maintaining all that magic.
meteoring
He's just
the
gonna like
city
seat,
into the
take a
planet.
seat somewhere, and he's just having like flashbacks
Because
of
that will just straight up end
eradication and seeing that tablet being used and everything.
Sorry, everyone.
with us.
along with us.
trying to just recall what was like happening with it, like the magic that was coming off of it, what it was doing, all that stuff.
So
I don't even
your
know if that
actual
would work,
being
like,
there.
If I can't grab onto it.
I'm not really gonna make you roll for anything,
I don't
just
know
because
if
like
it'll work, it's
narratively,
like-
right now you're just trying to recall
If
the
something
tablet
comes
itself.
out, well, I
The
know it has
red
to be
kind
a
of
little-
crackle of energy coming from it is very familiar. You definitely recognize that that same kind of reddish color and energy.
I think
The
it was a
power
different one.
that is coming from it right now that you can feel, you didn't feel before, just because of your previous like affinity to things. Like you didn't have the same senses that you do now. You like vividly remember Indrezu using it and
You've been muted this whole time.
the way that he kind of carried it around. Its use really was primarily to summon very powerful demon-like creatures and devils from the hells, just straight from the tablet itself. You do remember Indrezu himself having a lot of abilities that you don't know if they were separate from the tablet. You just remember him being a very, very powerful spellcaster type individual. But you know for sure that the tablet itself granted him the ability to pull demons
It's like a
from the
portal to
hells.
go.
Yes, exactly. And it's more of like a portal that had the capabilities of bringing kind of you have the knowledge and understanding of a lot of demons, devils, and kind of workings of the hell to some degree. To understand that there are some demons and devils that can't really be well subjugated. However, the tablet kind of grants this extra ability of having the ability to make things subservient to them. Not trying to give away too much, but just with the tablet itself, the amount of power that he has is substantially more with the tablet than it is without. You know, the tablet itself and him at that battle at Tenebeth could have been a turning point had he not been stopped. It's kind of, he just kind of had this overwhelming amount of power and force that he could present like super easily onto the battlefield, like summoning hundreds of demons at a time. Because of that magic that you need in order to create those portals, typically was a magic that was, like you guys have noticed, going to those portals and having to close the beacons off. Like these were the large focal points of where stuff would pour through, as opposed to that tablet being able to essentially be that portal somewhere else, to where he could just change the tide of a battle in moments just by tipping the scales into the favor of the, you know, demon side.
It's a portable.
I like, or some of the like big things, like the really gigantic creatures come out of it.
Yes.
We're about to have to
And
fight the
then
entire
what
fucking
if-
demon army from this one
imagine
little fucking
when he was
tablet.
killed, they probably did something about that really quick. So what,
just stuck in
what
a
does the
40
deed
year
do
So-
when,
Uh,
or whatever,
it
whoever
would
took
have
care of
been,
it?
who you saw kind of immediately go out into that, even though Rhinesk was killed there at that battle. There was this kind of front that was pushed off by many of those Cabraxa type paladins to get to that tablet. You don't really remember the discussion or the conversation in detail because it's kind of just one of those things that escapes, but there was just kind of this front push towards it to where the tide kind of turned once that tablet was kind of dissipated for the time being. And then once you made your way up to it, you do remember there being some magic cast upon it. And then from there, you don't remember seeing the tablet ever again.
It's all holy though.
Yeah. How it ended up in the dean's hands and how all of that occurred, you are not sure.
I wasn't like a
With
big
my
name
wisdom-
yet, so I didn't get to know a lot of that
With
stuff.
my wisdom save, would I know would I have any idea if anybody in the party would be able to control it?
I could
No,
easy.
not by any means.
No, it would
Yeah,
just
you're-
be
Yeah.
that
Easy
pretty
tablet
much.
control.
You're very
right
confident that the what was kind of in the back of your mind pulling you towards it was some sort of like evil force just trying to have some sort of a vessel to make it be used, or some sort of effect come from it that you're aware that even if somebody could use it, probably shouldn't even try.
Also just want to, well, you would also get a negative. As soon as Adrixir left, I would have sat on the ground and started ritual casting Scry on Dean Archimedes.
Okay.
So if he's trying to resist, it's a wisdom save at -5 because I know the target well.
How well do we actually know?
I don't know.
Not as well as I thought.
Not as well as we thought. Teardrop every time.
14.
Fail.
Pussy.
Okay. You can. How long does the scry last?
Concentration up to 10 minutes.
Okay.
There's a lot of thinking going on right here.
That's okay.
I think about what exactly he's doing.
Hey, do you remember that last place we were just at? Yeah, we want to look back at it and see what's going on.
That's generally just what I'm trying to get an idea of, if things are okay there.
Well, he ran to the basement, didn't he?
He did. I'm a fan of
Yeah.
that.
I don't know. I feel like if the dean was a bad guy, though, he definitely would have just grabbed the tablet.
I just want to see, like, you know, what's going on. I don't care if he's good or
I need you to
bad.
make a spellcasting ability check.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what.
Oh,
That's what
he's gonna present you lies.
Alright. It's not bad. Spellcasting ability, which... Does that add my proficiency?
It should just be your wisdom.
It's just-
Oh, just my ability? 17.
Oh my god, bro, this is wild.
Why is this, like, so squeaky?
Excuse me.
You begin to sit down. I would say that you probably would have done this after he left, like almost immediately, like pretty
Yeah.
close to the time that he left.
Just because I wanted to get it done before they came back. so-
Right. You guys can see Azrael to himself kind of praying. You can hear him whispering under his breath. A lot of words that you can't really keep up with, but you can see him seeking guidance and this kind of protection and help. The rest of you are on edge. Many of you are just glued to the tablet looking at it. Zarbrax, I'd say you especially are just holding the axe right now, just
Put a
waiting for
blindfold
something
on.
to pop out and kind of fuck around and find out type
Yep.
deal. You can
Andrew's
see
gone.
Anders kind of next to you, and he's trying to be on guard, but he's also trying to not look at the tablet and have that same feeling of being drawn towards it again. Trelawney, you can see, is intently kind of looking at it, trying to pick it apart and discover it as best he can. Connor still looks like he's hurting a little bit in his chest. He didn't take any damage or anything, but you could just kind of feel that soreness and that ache, and are understanding the strength of this tablet itself.
Do I still feel power from the bead?
Yeah.
Okay.
That would have sucked.
You didn't even cast the spell magic at all, because you would have had to use the bead in order to do it at that 10th level mark.
Okay.
You just kind of
you lost
attempted
the
to
bead.
reach up for it and were just
Okay.
jutted back.
Okay.
Um,
10th level spell summon Gillian.
Siegfried
Destroy it.
is kind of wielding all of his weapons one at a time, just kind of going through, checking the blades that he has. He goes to the axes, checks those, pulls a sword out and checks it. He's just making sure everything's good. You can see him go to his leg where he had that crossbow that he kind of shot, feel it, and then realize it's not there, so he just kind of cinches down the holster so the straps aren't all over the place. Everybody kind of seems to be, in this quick moment, just preparing for whatever the hell is going to happen. And Moldrek, you begin to scry. This is probably a good 10 minutes or so after you guys had left the keep.
That's so long in battle terms.
Yeah.
It's like 600 rounds.
This is what I need to check. lot of shit that could go on here. And I need to be sure.
My head's gonna explode, guys. Get ready.
Fuck, man. Your head explodes, I quit.
He has to roll a D100, just...
Don't do it.
Decline respectfully.
I'm glad.
You can see and hear.
Starts closing up the... You can see and hear a particular creature you choose on the same plane of existence as you. Target makes a wisdom save, modified by how well you know the target and the sort of physical connection you have to it. If the target knows you're casting the spell, it can fail voluntarily if it wants to be observed.
You can't observe dead people, correct?
I need everybody besides Moldrick to leave the room.
Okay. What did I do? Alright,
You're about to find out how well you do this guy. That's
All the secrets unraveled just for me.
I just wanted to see if he was okay, guys.
One scry.
That's all I wanted.
Everything.
I wanted to make sure he was alive.
You guys just go up in the kitchen. That way you can't hear too well,
fuck.
and we don't hear you too well.
Oh, fuck. You guys can't watch this episode.
Billy's not gonna upload it until after we're all dead.
That's true. He'll upload a next campaign.
I will shoot you guys a message in Discord to come back down.
What did I do? Oh, no.
All right. Essentially, once you cast Scry,
Yep.
you're pretty familiar with the spell, at least in terms of how like the mirror works. I'm sure you've cast it before on something at some point or another.
Yeah.
But there is something about it this time that almost feels as if it's trying to be manipulated by some other sort of means.
Okay. Like it feels like off or like something went wrong, maybe?
I wouldn't say wrong, it just feels off.
Okay.
You start to scry on the Dean, and in trying to do so, the initial image that you get, essentially when you scry and you're looking, it's almost like everything on the outsides is blurred and you have this tunnel vision on the creature that you're looking at specifically. What you're looking at, though, you see this kind of almost like transparent vision of something over top what it is you're trying to really look at. You see like this vision that you're looking at is just the Dean sitting at his desk, like writing, but it's almost that you're having to push through some sort of veil that's been presented in order to really see what you're looking at.
Okay.
Once you push through that veil, you see the vault beneath. The scry that you're casting right now is allowing you to see a little bit more than you normally would with the mirror. You can see a little bit of the ambient surroundings and stuff surrounding what you're looking at. The Dean is in the vault. You can see him standing. His hair is a bit disheveled, kind of messy all over the place. It's normally kind of slicked back in the white. You can see it has like bits of black soot on it. His shoulders have dust covering them. You can see that the robe that he's wearing is kind of all over the place. The scry is just kind of like slowly moving around him, like you're just trying to get a good look, like you're manipulating it and moving it in your mind to like be in that room and look around him and see everything you possibly can. Essentially what you were intending to do initially was just make sure everything there was okay and everybody was fine. But you can feel that what you're looking at, something is just off with him. It doesn't seem like, you're not like drawing any sort of, just through your keen insight that he's like you're looking at him, you're like, oh shit, like he's evil, like he's doing something wrong, like this is bad. You're looking at him, and once you get around towards his face, you can see that his face is kind of like, just like this dead kind of look on it, like he is just at a loss for words and feelings. Where he's standing right now is not where the tablet is. Where he's standing is in front of a tunnel. The tunnel, you're not really sure of its significance. You were told by... no, you weren't yet.
I don't know if we've gotten to that.
You did not.
Yeah.
But you can just kind of see him standing by this tunnel. And most of what you're getting from him, like looking... As you're looking at his face, you're seeing this kind of, like I said, it's almost like a defeated, hopeless look. He doesn't seem angered or confused by any means. He just seems kind of saddened and hopeless in a way. A look that you have never really seen from him before. You've seen him afraid. You've seen him kind of a little upset every now and then. But the way that he looks right now, there's just something that's keeping you here to like keep looking in on what's going on to make sure that if there's any sort of information you can glean that you're getting it. The state that he's in, you're pretty confident that even if he had the means to detect that you were looking at him, probably wouldn't be able to do so. Another kind of veil of an image shutters over what you're looking at to try to guise what it is that you're actually seeing. It's again him sitting at his desk, kind of writing away, almost like he has this cloak that he puts on him indefinitely to keep people from actually seeing what he's doing and his kind of sole intentions. Looking down, you can see him looking at the ground. You hear him kind of start to mutter and speak to himself. This is all wrong. I've worked so hard all these years. One purpose in mind. To get you back. How you were. Promised I'd do everything I could to undo what happened. You were right here this whole time. I may have veered from time to time and veered off the path, but it was all to get to the same goal. It was all to have you back here. You can hear his voice kind of crack and break. Oh, Joffrey. None of this was ever supposed to be this way. You were always the better of us. For you to end up the way you did, I carry it with me every day. You see him kind of standing up and walking. As he's walking, he gets into this kind of room that's at the end of this tunnel. You can see it's dark. It's very dark. There's enough light, and he himself seems to be holding a torch while he's down here. As he's holding it, he reaches his hands up at this kind of table that you can see, and he just kind of like places his hand on it. You can see his palm kind of shaking, tears kind of rolling down the sides of his face. Joffrey, I don't know how I'm going to do it, but I promise I'll return you to how you once were. Before the eradication. Before you found that damn tablet. At this point, you watch the Dean kind of correct himself, start to wipe off the dust and wipe at his eyes, kind of grab at his face a little bit, starts to push the hair back with one hand as he's holding the torch in the other, turns to walk out of the tunnel and then kind of stops in the middle of it before he kind of starts to like look over his shoulder where you seem to be like peering in from. As he looks back, it's almost like as he's looking like right back into where you were looking at him, and then you kind of take the vision back. At that point, you're looking around where you can see everybody is standing around, and the High Priestess has made her way there with the Magisterium.
Okay.
So I'm going to message them.
I know what it means, but Moldrak doesn't know what it means. Whew! That's something. That is okay.
I'll wait for them to come back down.
Yeah, that's fine.
All right, we're going to take a brief intermission while we get everybody back down here, and then everybody gets settled back in to continue right where we left off. So stick with us. We'll be right back. Alright, thanks for sticking around. We are going to get back to where we had left off with you guys in this chamber for the arcane sect. Moldrak, as you go to come to, you kind of get ready to start talking to everybody, but realize that Zaxria as well as the High Priestess have made their way in.
You can breathe for 10 minutes right there.
Once they walk in, the High Priestess immediately begins to walk over toward the tablet. Gods, help us.
That doesn't sound good. You got any plans? We're kind of fresh out of them.
Can you do what you did to the other things we brought you?
Tried before to destroy this. It's not possible.
I was worried you were gonna say that.
At least, from what we discovered, it's not possible to destroy it on the material plane. However, destroying it in the Hellas is impossible. So, don't even think that's an option. Our best option when the time it was presented to us was to seal it, by magic at least, make it dormant.
Seems to be not. Can we make it dormant again?
It'll take a lot of time. It took us years to do it before.
Time.
And when we attempted to do so, it was a long ritual, daunting. A lot of people died, and a lot of things came from the tablet itself. It almost is living. It adapts.
Do we need like more priests and
What's our best
clerics
option?
and
We obviously don't have
paladins
years.
to try to?
What about, I don't know how we would get there, but like Mount Celestia?
Haven't they been
I feel like
under?
maybe doing that may anger some people, gods in particular.
It would- I mean, they've already been under attack, right? From what we've heard.
Yeah.
If they're under attack, it may not be best to bring an artifact of evil there.
Right. That would make sense.
The best thing we can do, I think, now is to seal it. Leave it in the state it's in, close it off, wherever it is. Keep it protected as best we can, whether it be here or Teneveth. Here is a lot more hidden. There isn't as much security here, but it's more of a toss-up as to what we think would be better.
Can we get it to Teneveth?
That is also a problem we have to face.
Also, when I was asking if we needed more, like, do we have the capabilities right now with everybody in here to seal it right now, or do we need to bring more people?
Even if we tried to seal it, it would take... My magic has progressed much. I'd say it would at least take 5 to 6 months to properly seal it and make the magics that are coming from it dormant. Time I fear that we do not have by any means.
Yeah.
And with that necromancer roaming around, I don't know.
Necromancer.
He was originally after this tablet. He attacked the keep.
He's a turtle. It's got a spiky shell.
Rezul.
Yeah.
So our best option takes too much time?
I can bring some priests, paladins here. We can seal them in this room, and they can begin trying to seal it once more. The only problem with that, well, Magisterium, do you think that the room itself will veil whatever magic is coming from within, well enough at least to prevent something from detecting it.
Well, how was he able to find the book in the first place? Did we ever figure out?
There's some sort of power coming from it that's pretty easy to find. Like I said, a first year novice in school could use a spell easily to detect this amount of magic coming from anything.
But it was dormant, though, sealed, wasn't it?
It was.
You gotta go back to school.
That entirely, I'm not sure exactly. Maybe he has some sort of pull or information or something connected to it that I'm unsure of. But to detect it now is much easier than it was before.
Also, like, is something gonna come out of this? Like, do we have time to, like, or should we be, like, prepared at all times for something to happen? I don't think. We got a ringtone?
Send you a message, Billy. I just want to make sure I have stuff straight.
Can you drive 3 hours?
Because we might need you, you know what I'm saying?
You sent it to me in Discord?
Yes.
Okay.
Just
Really, I don't know too much. Does it have to be divine magics that seal this away?
Yes. The seal around this room, this chamber, should be well enough to veil any sort of magical energy emanating from it to keep it hidden from any sort of detection. But whoever gets sealed in here needs to have somebody else in here that can let them out. The only people able to do that are members of the sect, and now Connor. I don't think we can tie up one of the keepers of Zaxria in this room for 5 to 6 months. But I do know a member that would be willing. You watch his eyes kind of go purple for a second, and then he kind of comes back into speaking. Alkanoria is going to do whatever it needs to do, but we also have to keep everyone in mind here. If we attempt to do this here, there is going to be magic and energy, and the ability to have it detected is far greater. A secret that we've tried to keep for a very long time could easily be unfolded. It could have even happened already now. So whatever we're going to do, we need to do it, we need to act quick, and we need to act now. But the choice lies with you.
It's always happening. It's like we're the main characters or something. Fuck.
Do I have knowledge? Because we need a person in there. You were saying, right, to watch over it, essentially.
Essentially, like the way it gets sealed, all of the arcane sect members know how to seal it, unseal it. So whoever gets closed in there needs to be able to open it up when everything's done.
Yeah, you have to have somebody in there to unseal
And
it.
you guys know of people who would be able to do it, and he's kind of summoning one to do it right now.
Okay, I was gonna say, do any of my Tortle compatriots back from the homeland, are any of them, because they have timeless bodies, so they don't need to sleep and or eat.
Right.
Do
They're
I know?
they're more of like a divination type magic, so they wouldn't be able to unseal the room itself.
That was my next question.
Do we?
Are you aware of any other pylons of power that are reasonably safe?
We have the location on, I think, all of them across Zaxria. There's a pylon here in the hall, or atop it, rather. There's 4, which is actually 1 split into 4 different segments at the keep.
Yeah, we just learned about that.
There's 1 in Venore.
You know of that one?
Azash has 1.
Okay.
Ezron has 1 as well. Old Guard. I'd have to look into some books, but I'm sure that they have one within the mountain range. It's not an actual kingdom itself, but it is atop a mountain there somewhere.
I was wondering if we could use a lot of the power from one of those pylons to siphon magic to help
Seal.
seal this.
Well, the pylon here at the hall will be used to do such. There are some things that the city may not benefit from as much. We may actually sink down a little bit in the sky in order to channel some of the magic from the pylon into the chamber.
Are there any that are stronger than the others?
I would say yes, but from this distance it would take a lot of magic and resources just to channel that energy to here.
We still also don't know how to move.
Yeah. I can't
Do
move
we?
it.
Do we need to bring people to fight too here?
He looks over to the high priestess. I can gather some people. It won't take too long.
Like, are the holy people gonna be busy closing it? So they need some like defenses.
Yes.
Okay.
So
You got that though?
I'll make it work, as long as that's what we're doing. I think between me and the Magisterium we can figure something out.
I don't really see another choice.
I do think we need to seal this thing.
Once it's sealed until it needs to be opened. Like I said, the magic that it takes to refuel the chamber will take us probably little as 3 months.
You speak of this tablet, High Priestess, with some familiarity, but you tried to destroy it before. Can you tell us about that?
When we tried to destroy it before, we could sense that it was connected to a being. We assumed it to be Andrezu, who was a powerful demonic sorcerer in the eradication. But through more research, discovered that it was indeed Erebos that is connected to.
Sick.
Where we also discovered the only way to really destroy it was to bring it to the Hells, dispatch Erebos, and then the tablet would be able to be destroyed. His life force protects it, almost making a shield over it. Very strong and tricky magic. But also, anyone who would want to destroy it knows that it would be a suicide mission to go to him in his home and try to kill him, while also having to bring the tablet directly to him, essentially.
But Andrezu used the tablet, right?
Correct.
Okay.
He's mainly a vessel for the power that it wields.
Okay.
Truly, in the grand scheme of things, he's a pawn, really. Just something that was used in order to increase the agenda of, well, what we thought was just Erebos, but Brelnax.
Can I make an insight check against the High Priestess to see if she's leaving anything out of her recount?
I'll right here. Commit a murder.
Yeah, from 20.
He sees everything.
For a total of 30.
The High Priestess, from your insight check there, you're pretty confident that anything she has ever told you and all of her intentions are purely for the protection of life in Zaxria, and you don't think that she has anything at all, even in the slightest, that she's hiding from you. She was kind of like the first person really to tell you about everything and kind of
Yeah, sure.
pull the veil back
Yeah.
from what was really going on in the world.
Yeah, I wasn't so much suspicious as just like, things she
Your
might have left
fear
out because
thing?
she's
Right.
maybe not afraid, but like things she might have been like ashamed that happened,
Right.
or
No, really nothing of the sort. You can definitely tell that there are some things that she doesn't just like touch on
right.
that maybe aren't like super important, but are just more repressed in order to keep, feelings
Doing
back.
this. Yeah.
However, you do know that. How do I want to word this? She's very forthright with her opinions on the keep. She understands like its need and like necessity, but you can tell that most of the time when she talks about the keep, she knows that the keep is not very truthful in much of what it has said and done. And you mainly know this just because of the history books that you guys kind of were presented and read, and the history that has kind of been shoved down the throats of everybody in Zaxria, and then the truth of what you know things to be. Just like even like a minor thing, like Indrezu being killed in the eradication by Rightmask, which was not true. It was actually Azrael who did it, but they just kind of made it more fit their agenda of the keepers being like the sole protectors and like the shield that protects everybody type
Three other
deal.
keeper groups in between being absolutely useless.
Right.
Do you know like the full extent of what this tablet can do?
Most of what we understand from it is its ability to essentially be a portal anywhere it is. It can pull massive hordes of demons through, even massive sized demons through it. Demons that we really have never seen, almost things that are just pulled from the deepest, darkest parts of the mind of a creature. It almost seems that any sort of imagination that its wielder holds, it can conjure that sort of demon.
It can create demons?
I would say so.
Could it turn its wielder into a demon if it weren't a demon?
I'd say under the right circumstances, I don't see why not.
You trying to demon up?
No. Okay.
And I have one more question. Is Tanaveth gonna be okay if you're gone for that long?
Thanks to your brother, there are a lot of very strong defenses there now. The walls have been rebuilt. We have a strong system and defenses. I believe in the deities of Zaxria to protect us.
Okay.
I think that this is more paramount to try and do something about this for the time being.
This might sound like a tangent, but Azrael, are you familiar with Joffrey? Did you know him?
Don't ever remember meeting him.
He's
It doesn't sound
the dean's
familiar.
brother.
I don't ever remember speaking to him, no.
Okay. Because what I saw when I scryed on him, what I heard, I believe Joffrey may have used this tablet in some way, or it corrupted him, or
Recently?
converted him. No, I don't know when. I would imagine during the eradication, but he said he wanted to get him back to, turn him back to how he was before. And I don't know what he means by that, but I think he used the tablet in some way, and maybe it corrupted him. I don't know. That's all I got. Because the dean was talking about it when he was in the vault.
Try to make any kind of like check to maybe call anything with the dean speaking to, or any way they might have acted in the past, or
I'll let you make a history check.
Can you send me a Wi-Fi password?
It's... Yeah, I'll send it to you. I'm not going to say it. Hey, I got you.
Hack
Yep.
his ass. He
15?
He was walking into a tunnel down there.
Not bad.
One of the tunnels off of that main chamber. He walked up to some sort of table. I couldn't really make out the contents of the room, but that's when he started talking about Joffrey and that it wasn't supposed to be this way. He was talking about, I want to return you to what you once were. I just feel it's important to try to figure this out before we seal it away.
Is the
You said you got a 15?
Yeah.
From what you remember about Joffrey, you remember hearing about him quite a bit, but you never remember seeing him actually. You were not really around the keep and that group of people till like a couple of months or a few months before this huge attack kind of happened, where you were kind of sought out by Rhine-esque. You remember over the years though, having conversations with the dean every now and then, and he would bring up his brother and the sacrifice that he made in order to make the keep what it was. You know that he talked about his brother being a pretty strong user of magic, like arcane magic. He talks a lot about his brother being the one who was the reason for the keep being made. You definitely never met him though. You don't remember ever actually meeting him face to face, like, seeing him.
Can you remember any of the accounts of anyone other than the deans with him?
Like somebody else talking about him?
Yeah.
I'd say that probably the only really person you would have talked about it with would have been Rhine-esque. And Rhine-esque was kind of in the same position of not really knowing much else outside of that. You do remember...
So you think it was like weird that you've never seen him? Like,
probably one of those things you just never really thought of. Like most of the time that you spent wasn't actually at the keep. It was like Teneveth in that area. And the dean would say, Joffrey at the keep, or Joffrey did this at the keep, or is going to do this for the keep type deal.
this whole time has the tablet just been in the same state, or okay? Like making sure it wasn't slowly getting yeah.
Just like a arm,
Philly just hits us with. Well, the whole time the tablet's been going off, and now it's there's 100 demons in the room.
Yeah, for sure.
So I think it's safe to assume the reason that this tablet was even kept at the keep is the dean is trying to save his brother from something?
I thought his brother was long gone.
Well, it's not if he's trying to return him back to the way he was.
I mean,
what I remember,
he made a sacrifice, right? That's what I thought we learned.
he was talked about very highly from the dean. I never actually met the guy.
Okay.
Neither did. I don't know if Rhine-esque has met him, but he also didn't know much about him either.
Okay.
Looking back, I guess it's a little weird that I was never introduced to him.
Okay.
You see any bodies when you were down in the vault?
Body of Andrezza was down there. And he wasn't dead, but he also wasn't alive.
Well, that can't be Joffrey.
Could you...
My bolt was still in his head.
Was he also in one of those tunnels?
It was off to the right.
Was I able to discern the direction? Okay. I think Joffrey may be in Drezu.
That would make sense of why it's still there, why he's still there.
Okay. Well,
Maybe Joffrey somehow got a hold of this tablet and he wasn't supposed to. Maybe it corrupted him. That's why the dean wants him back.
I don't know. He seemed very defeated.
It's hard to think that he has any ill intentions, and
I I didn't get the inclination that he harbored any ill intent towards anybody. He just seemed like he wanted to get his brother back.
So it's just like a tragic tale. Someone in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Right,
But him trying to help his brother, he might not have any ill intent, but the consequences of that might cause some problems. I think we need to go talk to the dean.
The love
What's
for
it?
your family and those you care about can blind you.
that's for sure true.
Was that turtle still there?
I didn't see him. He's either gone or killed. I would guess gone.
Yes. My priestess has said about the tome, I'm sure he doesn't really care much for Andrezu, the body. So the tome is just
Right.
I'll make a vessel of anyone, so.
Regardless, piecing this together, I think it does need to be sealed. Because they might be able to just create a whole new army of demons every time we defeat one.
You see a large crackle of red come from the tablets.
Alright,
You watch as that energy kind of crackles. It's almost like these 8 or so lightning bolts just kind of like slam down onto the ground. And then coming from that, there's almost like this funnel of reddish kind of blood that crackles to it. And then you watch from that, like forms of bodies start to come up from it. You can see a lot of these like blood, like the kind of blood demons that come up from that. Yep, and then you just, like an instinct, like you just start to cut into them. All right, we haven't much time then. We need to start sealing this. And you watch the High Priestess just take her hand over like 4 of them and just push it across where this yellow beam just slices them in half. And they start to kind of fall down onto the ground. You watch Zara jump up and just bury the axe into the head of one. And then even though it's dead, he just buries it again. And then again. And then you guys start to just, in your own ways, take the rest of them out. And then you watch the Magisterium. Very well, High Priestess, are you ready? If anything else comes out, handle it. I'll go get the priests and paladins with her. We'll come back. We'll start to seal this and then close the chambers.
Okay, we'll wait here.
They start to make their way out, and you notice that another crackle of energy comes out with more of these blood demons, to where you guys are kind of just standing here ready, hitting them as they come through. It gets to a point where it's more frequent that these occurrences are happening, almost like the magic in this tablet. Just the longer that it is unleashed, the more power that it seems to be gaining and surging from it. And you're imagining with that the ability to detect it is probably much easier as well. Probably a good 5 to 10 minutes pass. You guys are fighting your asses off. Not in the extent that like they're very hard. It's just that the amount of them, and you guys are already kind of drained as it is. So you're just like cutting down these blood demons as they come through, and it seems to be the only thing that really comes through on in the portal. The doors behind you are closed, but the magical seal has not been placed upon the chamber. But after that bit of time, you can see making their way through the door as it opens up those paladins and priests who have various symbols upon them. Some of them are paladins of Baltha, who you know to just kind of be like this almost a god of war, essentially. Who were the initial like mercenary type people who were protecting Tenebeth when you originally went there. You can even see that there are a few priests here who seem to be pretty much all for priests and priestess of Aphiel. Maybe a couple random ones from the Temple of Keranos. And you do see a couple of like acolytes from the Temple of Keranos that are here. Many of them carry with them what appear to just be these like kind of Great Maul type deals. They're not like huge. They're just kind of more like a sledgehammer with a kind of more exaggerated head to it. But there's probably like a good 30 or so people that show up in order to begin doing this. The High Priestess, you can see she has this moment of thinking to herself before she steps out of the chambers. You guys as well, as the Magisterium is there. You see Fenerbia as well makes her way to the chambers. Her and the Magisterium are discussing with one another, and after they discuss, she walks into the chamber. You can see that she has with her some sort of a small bag that you can see like a top of a potion kind of sitting out of. She seems to be going in there for the long haul as well. There are a few people who start to bring supplies into the room itself, and then the room itself, where there's just like the steps and then the 3 rings, a bunch of rings kind of come up from the floor to where it's now just one big 40-foot circular room, as opposed to just like the small kind of maybe 10-foot, 15-foot platform. A lot of quick preparation and gathering of people and resources is kind of put together in order to begin this process. And as you were told, at minimum, it would probably take 5 or 6 months with the high priestess being in there. And as she's kind of standing here at the top of the steps looking in, she turns over to all of you guys. This may be the last time we see each other for some time. I'll need to be in there in order to expedite this. I wouldn't feel right not being in there myself after sending in all of my loved ones and friends and allies. Right now, the only thing standing between everything you see around you becoming ash, well, you're the only thing really standing in the way of that. You've known for some time that the world is spiraling very quickly. You've been there time and time again to prevent it from fully happening. You've been tried time and time again, but I can assure you, keepers, that for everything that is to come, it will become more and more difficult. And there will be times where you're going to think that this is it. And in that moment, I need you to remember now, when I'm telling you to fight. Do not give up. A lot of people are depending on you. I know when the time comes, there will be 2 things that could happen. One for the betterment of evil, one for good. And I promise you that you are the difference. I feel bless all of you.
Good luck.
She turns around and walks in. Being the last one in the room, the door's closed behind. You can see her standing there. She just kind of like nods her head down, places her hand up to her chest. You see like kind of a dull glow of yellow. Doors close, and then you watch this purple bit of energy encapsulate just the door itself on the outside to where you can see that it is sealed. Magisterium turns around to see all of you there, as well as the students who are kind of over to the side. I was just preparing to assign these students to a kingdom to serve as an arcane ward. It appears I should also expedite that process to make sure things are good everywhere else. I'll send them off, have them report to me. That way we know what's going on everywhere. And with that information, if everything's quiet, if there's something you had in mind to do, you should be able to accomplish it, but I have a feeling that will not be the case.
Just as a word of advice, I would suggest no new faces be allowed in the Arcanoria.
I think that is a good idea. I didn't even think of it. I'll inform everyone right away to allow no more refugees. We have enough as it is. Supplies are starting to slowly dwindle, but we'll sustain for years to come with what we have here. We'll close our doors. We'll seal everything off. We'll be sure to do everything we can.
Keep an eye on the skies too.
It's important.
I'm going to reach out to Azeron, see if they can't send some help. There's some very powerful magic wielders there that I'm sure would be very, very beneficial in this moment.
It's our plan.
At this point, he has started walking over to the students. You can see the Carl individual being one of them.
Carl.
Damn, Carl's leaving? Shit.
And you watch them kind of one by one slowly disappearing into a purple swirl of arcane energy as they teleport away.
Where's Carl go?
Bye, Carl.
Should we just like rest here for the day and then see what info we get from the students and maybe act according to that?
It's probably smart to rest.
Stick her their head.
We have left to do.
I don't know.
I don't.
I'm still worried about the keep, but I don't know how much we can do.
We also might not have a chance to do anything. Somewhere else could have also been attacked. We don't know yet.
Did you guys let the dean know that you took the tablet?
Never saw him.
Okay. Did Connor see him? No. I think we should try to, I don't know if any of us can send a message to him. Oh, maybe it's better that, well, I don't know, like you said, love blinds you. Maybe we shouldn't tell him, because he would try to get it back. Again, I don't think he harbors any ill will, but...
I thought they had to have crossed paths with the dean because...
They crossed paths. They just didn't tell him about the tablet. They just said that there was like the
The
guy went
necromancer dude in
downstairs.
the basement or
Gotcha.
whatever, and he took off running that way.
I don't know.
Yeah, I also think the less people that know where it's at is probably better. Even
Yeah,
And if,
the fewer
like-
people who know, the better.
yeah.
Yeah, you're probably right about that. Even so, what do we do? What do we do after this? I guess just wait for information.
Yeah, I think we need to figure out what's happening everywhere.
I hate waiting.
Yeah.
You'll try to take care of this dragon head.
Yeah.
You really want to deal with that guy, though?
If we're gonna give him free shit, he should be nice to us.
I don't even care about him being nice to us. We want
We're
to.
gonna have a couple days, I guess, see, get the armor enchanted. I don't know.
Yeah, depending on how long it's
There
going
was-
to take, we can go see what he says.
There was something with your armor, wasn't there?
It's
The AC we were
it's
trying
the
to figure
same
it out?
AC.
Oh, okay.
You just have like a natural fire resistance with it on now.
Mhm.
We can
I also just realized that I've
Used-
an extra attack on my, not attack, but like bonus modifier. I was missing one. That's why I was missing. Now that I got that, like, I don't think I increased it when my proficiency increased.
Oh.
So 2 levels I've went without fucking hitting people. Now they're getting fucking sneaked.
That's why every time you guys level, I send a message, send me your updated sheets.
I don't even have my sheet.
On paper, I can't look at them and make sure everything's squared away.
Yeah.
She doesn't exist.
So we're on the floating city right now.
Yes.
You got
And they
any?
have the flying ships.
Got any containers, Moldrax?
There's only one. I mean, I think I have some empty vials.
Oh, we probably shouldn't teleport anyway.
If you want some teeth, we can just put those right in the bag.
What time is it?
No, I just mean maybe something to hold the eyes.
1:30ish.
Oh, the eyes?
Everything else should be.
I think
Explode a
Zilwix
little bit.
will probably know how to preserve them, so we should probably get them to. That's Stragadier's assistant.
Is this thing gonna fit through the
How
door?
much gold do we have?
About 10,000.
Maybe those
Plus
bonus
the
charges because we're
plus
giving him dragon
Head?
heart.
Yeah, I don't know.
Whole dragon head.
Let's just go and see what he says, because I don't know. I just want to get this over with. We need to rest.
Who wants to get things enchanted? Should we figure that out?
Azrael, and if you want to get something,
I don't think I have anything that can be enchanted.
No, I don't think so.
Just have it painted.
Because I already
more
have
like
a
oh shit.
hat, which is
They're a lot
already
stronger than
magical.
unexpected. Not huge.
My ring, which is already magical.
I'm gonna go with you guys, but while I'm walking, I'm gonna start asking Moldrak questions about Skip and where he came from, like how he was created. he knows. I don't know if you know, like his
I know where he came from. We went there.
We destroyed it.
Yeah, we destroyed it. It was like a city. It's anchored to the ocean. It was full of those like Skip the Warforged. There was a was the person there? Was it a person or was it a Warforged who was evil?
The Warforged.
There was a Warforged individual who was not a very good person, and we dealt with him. But I don't know really how the Warforged were created, like technically.
Did we figure out that there was like people inside of them or something? I thought there was.
You figured out that there was some
Skip
sort of
was
almost
having
like
memories and stuff.
necromantic type magic that was going on because they were transferring essentially their souls from their normal bodies into these metallic, like superior forms.
Every time someone in the city died, he like built a warforge in place of that person.
He was the evil one? He was the evil guy?
Yeah.
That's where I got my first magical axe from.
Do we know, is there anybody else who can do that? That we know
Not
of?
that I know of.
That can create a vessel that could hold a soul?
I don't know anything like that. That sounds way over my head.
Yeah.
Well, I pull out the dragon orb and I kind of explain like I can release this into a vessel and we can try to control it. I just need something to release it into. And we could have a powerful ally.
I mean, we might be able to make something, but I don't know how long that would take.
Yeah, I don't know.
Construct a big metal dragon.
Well, it wouldn't even need to be big. You can make it small.
I don't know.
Wasn't there some thoughts that Rhaegon was actually like a corrupted ancient dragon or something like that? Like a dragon god or some funny shit?
I think there was a...
Because there's a statue.
Yeah, you guys had... It was more like the vision that he had, like the role he had, made his vision like very vague and kind of blurry. So you had a vision of both Cetrian, like the good deity,
That's what it is.
and him, like kind of intermixing type deal.
Okay.
And the vision was actually to show you guys that shit was going on in Azeron and it needed help.
Oh, okay.
We got baited, is what Billy's saying. Baited the shit out of us.
It was just like a vision that was trying to like throw you off while also showing you something type deal.
Okay.
And that was before, so that was prior to you guys encountering Rhaegon as well as encountering like the Azeron stuff. So it was just showing you two of the same thing essentially.
So the city is technically still there, but it is very much underwater.
We didn't destroy the city. We just destroyed.
There was like a force field around it keeping the water out.
Right.
How did we get rid of all the warforged?
You also think that there's more stuff you can do
Skip
with the souls.
sacrificed himself
It's just
and
gonna
held
take
the
you some
door
time to
closed
sit
as
there
we
and study
escaped,
them
and then they like
manipulate
came
some
into the
things
room.
with them.
Yeah, I thought we destroyed the core or
You
something,
could-
but maybe not.
You could ask the
We killed the guy who made them all.
people in the marketplace who create the homunculi. They might have some information for you.
Thank you. I'm gonna start heading that way.
Okay. Up.
In order to get it out of the door, kind of go like this.
Gotta turn it.
Yeah.
We're wet.
Roll it.
Pivot.
Hey, get the one horn around the side. All right, I'll push, and now you twist it. Okay.
Yep. You're not twisting
And
it.
there's like a...
Twist it left. No, your other left. Fuck.
Your left or mine?
You think they're gonna be mad about the bloodstains?
Probably.
All right, we better get going.
They
then.
just cleaned that up.
Alright, so I believe everybody but Chelonia is heading to Tregedier's. But you guys are all walking the same way, essentially.
It's like the awkward thing where we were gonna split off, but we're going the same way.
Bye, not bye.
Yeah.
Chelonia does get ahead of you guys just a little bit as your pace is slowed down just a touch from maneuvering around with the head of Rhaegon here.
Coming through.
Once you make it to Tregedier's shop, though, You can see that there's nobody out front. The door is closed. You obviously not going to be able to fit this inside of there, but make your way up. Yep. Kind of the couple knocks that you do, the door just slowly opens up itself, and you can see Zilwix is in there as well as Tregadier are both kind of standing inside.
This is gonna be fun.
You guys want a dragon head?
You can see them kind of both looking at Zilwix is like looking at him.
It's only
Almost
got
like
it's only got hours before it goes bad, so now's the time.
he just looks at Zilwix and kind of nods his head back. Zilwix starts to walk over to the dragon head outside.
All the cool shit we bring this guy, and he still just hates us.
Kind of pushes up the small spectacles that he has and kind of adjusts them, takes them off, and then starts to like wipe them a little bit. Puts them back
Definitely
on.
implied the world was doomed because it was in our hands.
Well, that's very interesting dragon head.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Never really researched any sort of dragon that was volcanic in nature.
He's like he's from the Nine Hells. He's
Oh.
like technically maybe like an archdevil or something.
All right. Well, firstly, he just kind of like goes into his pocket, takes his hand, and then throws this like dust outward that kind of spreads out across the head. He starts to kind of put over it. You see it cling to it and kind of sit there.
Throw junk in the dragon. We didn't even start talking
He
business.
cling wrapped it.
Yeah, we'll just preserve it for the time being.
Okay.
Yeah, the only thing we ask
Lasts
for
about
is,
a day.
is the skull. So
If you could-
And-
everything else.
If you could preserve the skull.
And
That
maybe
should be easy enough. We don't really want the hide or anything, so we'll probably
Okay.
shred that and
Just the eyes.
hold on to it maybe. I don't know.
and maybe some enchantments in exchange.
Oh yeah.
Depends on what you're looking for, really. But we can use the blood from this for sure. The eyes, some of the teeth. I'm sure there's some bits in there somewhere that we could figure out something to do with.
We popped some of the teeth out already, but
Oh, that's fine. There's plenty of them in there.
yeah.
How many sets? Never mind. I was gonna say how many sets of teeth. They just.
I'll let Tregadier know though. You know where the book is to look inside at
Yeah,
any
well,
enchantments you want, so
let's
feel
go,
free to do that.
Let's have you two look and see.
I'd probably price it around
3 million gold.
based on the head. It's not cut off very cleanly, but that doesn't really matter too much.
Stuff happens.
Yeah,
Just quick.
He doesn't even use that part.
Painless.
This guy.
it's going to be up to him, but I'd say probably close to 20,000 worth of gold in
That's pretty-
enchantments.
It's pretty good.
And then I guess whatever you don't use in enchantments, we can just pay the difference or
Well,
figure something out.
we'll see what happens.
Maybe have it go towards a little bit of an expedite on
That would
finishing
be,
the enchantments.
that would be nice if you guys could, you know.
We are trying to like save the world and stuff.
All right. Well, like I said, go ahead and look at the
Yeah,
book,
we'll go take a
and
look.
I will go and let Tregadier know and see what he says.
All right, cool. Let's
And
go
then hopefully by the time you have something figured out, I'll have a definitive price and what we could do for you set up.
check the book. All right, guys. So, what are we looking for?
Thanks. I couldn't.
Video
couldn't
game
see
menu.
them.
Oblivion
What are we looking
style.
at?
What in particular are you trying to achieve from an
I want to be
enchantment?
invincible.
Okay, can't really.
Fuck.
Ability score increase.
We could look into doing that. I would say, yep, that could happen. Just depends on by how much you want to increase the score. Base, there's the by 1, by 2 for pretty much every score. There
So
are,
probably
because you
expensive.
are using a dragon though, there would definitely be a possibility for like a +3 increase to a skill. But that would only be in like a circumstance where it would keep you at an even number, you know what I mean? Obviously you can't improve anything beyond 20
Right.
by means of the item unless
Okay,
it
what-
says so.
You can also take a feat.
But what if
Do
I'm?
you have any more increases then?
19th level is a
Okay.
ability score increase.
If I already passed 20, then like the barrier's broken, right? So then I could just
True,
keep
then at that point
stacking.
it wouldn't do anything.
Um,
In the book, though, looking at the kind of price, so it kind of just is broken down pretty well. Like it's ability enchantments or like worded like capability enchantments or aptitudes or whatever it may be. But you do find like the sections of things that are kind of intriguing you. Score specifically you're trying to increase?
Charisma.
Charisma? Okay, so your charisma. Looking at that, that's kind of like on the lower end of price, just based upon like its ease, I guess, as opposed to like increasing your actual physical strength or how fast you are or your ability to endure
I can
things.
make myself faster?
The charisma is probably like the lowest price point for stuff.
Give me some of that.
So if you're looking at that, that's probably itself.
Yeah,
just
you'd
for
have to
like
put my
the
armor on.
tier 1 of it is like easily
I
8,000
get a
or
plus
so
2 to my
range,
AC, it'd be worth
and then
it.
for a tier 2 of it, you're probably looking at like 15.
True.
Okay. Well, we have, if you need to spend the 15, we have the 10,000 that we have, and if the dragon is worth 20,000, that's only half. So we have 15,000.
I don't even know.
What do you want?
You said go faster?
You
What
get-
do you mean by go faster?
Like a speed increase.
You get a speed increase.
You get some sort of resistance too.
There are capabilities of, so things in that nature, they're almost like a dual enchantment type deal, to where like you'll get a speed increase as well as like a secondary enchantment put on it that is not like as
Can make my feet bigger.
that's more of like a transfiguration type enchantment, which you definitely could do. I don't see why not.
I
but
didn't want
most-
bigger feet. I was just
Most
checking
things
where
that you
we.
enchant, you can have a like primary enchantment, secondary, and then like it's almost like an auxiliary enchantment that is usually like I want it to have like smoke rolling around it or something like that, and you can attach stuff like that too. It's more like a visual or
To be blue.
cosmetic type deal. Yes.
RGB.
RGB armor.
Sound skins in this shot, man.
Yeah.
Can I make the armor make me hit better?
For armor to do that is a little weird.
Damn. Just trying to get like a plus 18. You know what I mean? Nothing crazy.
That would be a +3 to hit.
That usually only works
Plus
well
two.
with like hand pieces
Uh-huh.
if you were trying to increase the way that.
What if I just do the wrists of the armor?
Gloves?
I'll make it like a +1 or a +2 armor or something.
Oh.
Extra AC.
Oh, I guess I could take off the ring of
You can
fire
do that,
resist.
too.
I don't need.
Yeah, I was
that
gonna say
anymore.
you can take off your fire resist stuff too.
Can I sell the ring of fire resist to them? Increase my enchantment price.
Let's see why not.
Was there an AC increase?
There is, yeah.
Try an enchantment that makes me invisible if I turn a certain angle.
You could enchant the armor to have invisibility, like
Yeah,
abilities
you
to it that you can
cast
cast
it.
on it.
How much would that be?
Probably like. I'm trying to think of the price point of potions of invisibility. Those were like 2,500. So
I
you
don't
probably.
think. I think that price keeps going up.
I
No,
really
it's
do.
the-
I swear,
it's
at one
pretty
point we
similar.
paid like 200 gold for it.
I swear she's just handing them for free at one
You
point.
paid the 200 because you made a lot of it yourself. You had to pay for ingredients.
What do I make the armor by myself?
Not really capable of it, so.
Shit.
You're probably looking anywhere from 8 to 10.
We can do that. That's what I want.
Does it get an extra enchantment with it?
I would say could be a primary one, for sure.
Move speed is also a primary one.
Mm-hmm.
What are? Oh, so then I get like a, I could like have speed marks behind me when I
Secondary ones are usually like
So you could be invisible,
It's
but
like
you won't be
proficiencies.
faster, but it'll look like it.
proficiency is usually secondary. Like
Oh.
additions to like saving throws is usually secondary.
move. What the fuck?
That's good.
Trying to think what else would be.
You'll probably get a secondary one for yours. So do the enchantments like come with a secondary one that you can choose, or does it tack onto price?
It would probably take on the price.
Well, hang on with the
Typically,
secondary enchantments.
typically you're not looking at any more than like 4,000 or 5,000 though for the secondary enchantments.
Well, I'm not
So
even-
could I get like a?
The cosmetic ones are only like a couple hundred
So
gold.
could I get like a 1 to my con with the invis?
No, because score increase is also primary.
Oh, I guess that's.
You could get one to your save.
Because you're pretty much just making an item that is like
Cast invisibility like once or twice a day or something.
right, like your item that you're going for.
How many times can I cast invisibility?
Yeah, that's important.
So you can kind of play with it a little bit too. You could make. So if you're looking for a few things, like you're looking to do AC, invisibility,
Okay.
or movement speed type deal. Like those are the
Last
three
question.
things. Yeah.
Can it be greater invisibility? Where do we go?
So yeah, if you did
With
that,
the
you
dragon
that
parts?
would definitely be a like primary enchantment. But I was
But
saying
only
if you
one.
wanted to do like the invisibility and like a primary one, you can knock the invisibility one down to where it like only lasts for like a round or something, or like it's like 1 minute or something crazy. But you only get so many casts of it a day, as opposed to like maybe if you did it as a primary, you can do it 3 times. But if you do it as a secondary, you can do it once. But then your primary would be like a move speed or like a ability score increase.
The greater invisibility, though. Is that a thing?
Yeah, you could do that.
How much would that be?
Probably like close to 12.
If that's what you
And
want.
for a minute?
If that's what you want. That's what you want.
How many charges?
For an hour?
Let me look at the spell.
An hour in this?
I think, is greater invisibility 10 minutes or an hour?
Oh, is
I
it?
think it's 10.
Oh my god, I'd be fucking invisible for 10 minutes while I can still attack? Holy shit, I'd never die.
But you still get the secondary make it look faster,
Yeah,
so
yeah,
you
yeah.
can still see you.
Yeah, so you guys can see me.
Yeah.
The enemies won't know what the fuck it is. They're like, why are there just lines flying across the air?
That's a minute.
Oh, it's a minute?
So you're essentially just going to be able to cast greater invisibility.
10 times, though, because it was 10 minutes.
Yeah.
It'd be once. It'd be a one-time use.
One time?
Yep.
One time per every
Per long
1,000
rest.
gold?
For a
Oh.
long rest. If you wanted to add an additional charge on it,
A minute is a long fucking time in a fight, though.
Yeah.
if you want to add an additional charge, it's like 5,000.
That'll certainly keep you safe.
That's 5,000. I could do 2 charges on it? That's
We don't
17,000.
have that
That's
kind of-
wild, yeah, 17,000.
Depending on
That's a
it,
lot.
maybe if the dragon quote comes back for more gold,
How much does ring go for? Like 5k?
5k?
5k ring?
10k?
30k
For
for the ring?
GameStop, I'll give you $5.
1 copper piece.
The
You know
sell
you
back
spent
on that ring's probably like
65.
1,000.
We're
Shit,
going for
I
12.
just bought this game though.
It's still in the packaging.
This is new.
I literally just bought it. I just wanted to get it back. I didn't want the fucking
It just
money.
came out.
When it comes to GameStop, video games are like cars. The second you bring it out of
Yeah.
the store, it just appreciates in its value.
So how much does the ring go for?
You could sell it back for like 1,000.
Yeah, that's actually more than I thought.
Scammed them.
I actually saw a video where some guy bought a game at
What
GameStop
about
and
armor?
instantly
What about
tried to
armor?
return it, and they were like $32.
Your old armor was
It's
a,
like I just
magic
paid twice that.
The what?
Magic
Magic
deflection.
deflection?
Very rare.
Got that a while
Yeah,
ago.
that's probably 4,000 or 5,000.
Oh, fuck
Yeah,
yeah.
little bit of
We don't
sauce on
need-
that armor too.
You don't need it anymore. I can't wear it.
I don't actually have the Scimitar with me, but I would sell that too.
So what else I got to sell? I'm gonna start stealing your shit. How much you want for the half man's hat?
I guess I have a ring too, for the ring.
No.
Your face is so great.
Off my dead body.
If I gotta kill you, I guess I gotta kill you. But
Good luck.
I
with
thought
that.
maybe I
If
could.
you're gonna get a secondary,
You better hope he
You can
doesn't
get a
crit
secondary
a
with
few
the
times.
ability score.
Once.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't have to
Once.
crit once.
All right.
There's a lot.
It'd be massive damage,
Yeah.
and he'd be squealing like a baby.
How much do they want for a decanter of endless water?
That's like 10 gold.
This is Ender in this store.
Zolix is like, that's nice.
Pour the water out a little bit.
I'm not thirsty.
It's
It's endless.
It's on the floor.
Oh, it's a decanter, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, those are nice.
How much?
Useful to have. Probably like 100 gold.
That's better than 0 gold.
All right.
At this point,
I
Zolix has
can't
made
give
his
up
way back
final.
over to you guys.
What's the quote?
Tregedere said he could do 12,000 for the dragon.
12.
And then he said he won't charge for any sort of expediting of the process. He said he'll get it done for you as soon as he can because he knows the urgency of your situation and your immediate need to protect Zaxria. His words exactly.
He said that.
He did.
12,000?
PR person.
Okay, we got a
He
little
said
bit
it,
less gold now.
In a different way, but that is essentially what he said.
And that
Well, you know
includes the
what?
cleaning of the skull?
I can take the.
Yeah, everything. You guys will have the skull done probably within 2 days here.
I think we might be
all
able to
think
swing
we
it.
can
I think I still have some gemstone left over too.
I'll go at the table though, and if you're looking to get are we for sure doing enchantments today?
Yeah.
Everyone? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll go over there and start writing up a quick bill of everything to take value of whatever. You trying to trade stuff in?
Just a string.
The ring?
Okay.
Okay. I can
Should
do
have
1,000
armor.
for that easily.
It's half plate. It's got like a magic resistance property to it.
Okay.
And then I also have one of the rings as well.
Alright. Walk them over to the table here with me, and I'll start adding everything to the current 12,000 from the dragon.
So we actually have 10,200 gold pieces, and then we have about 4,000 worth of gems. So we can trade some of those in as well. So you guys can both get the enchantments that you want.
Can I get the second charger?
How much is that? 17,000?
Yeah, 17,000 total.
14,000 plus 12,000? I don't think so, but
Minus 15 base?
What's that?
Minus 15 base?
Yes, the base for it, yeah. If you do the +1, it's about 8,000, and then 2 would be about 15 base.
plus 2 will increase your aura bonus. Yeah. So we'll get a plus 2 on saves whenever we're close.
Secondaries, you're looking at like skill proficiency type stuff, or saving throw proficiencies.
Saving throw might be good.
You can also do
So-
expertise
But that-
related things with the secondaries, but obviously they're
Could
more
I-
expensive.
Get my wisdom saving, like,
I say wisdom would be nice.
be proficient with wisdom or whatever saving throws? How
If you do the secondary one on it,
yeah.
yep.
How much would that be?
The proficiencies are usually pretty cheap. They're like anywhere from like 1,000 to 5. Just depends on which one you're
You
doing.
got a weird definition of cheap. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Relative, man.
Wisdom kind of sick.
Maybe we should go see if Ezran's enchanters are cheaper.
They're probably more expensive.
Yeah, you know, you're probably right.
How much would the wisdom one be? Saving throw.
Efficiency.
Do that for like
1,000 gold.
1,000 gold.
The lowest.
For
I'd say
your ring.
2.
My ring? 1,000
So
gold.
are you guys just making it one big pool of money?
I think so, yeah.
Okay,
So we're sitting at 14.
Then your armor.
Honestly,
5.
maybe the wisdom isn't even worth it because it's
19.
only +2. I go from a +1 to a +2. That doesn't.
Anything else you guys are selling or
You get
trading?
your proficiency bonus.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah, you do. You get your proficiency.
Plus
Okay,
6.
it goes to a fucking +7.
Yeah,
Wait. Okay, hang on. Wait a minute.
that's probably worth it. So with was it just the armor that you sold?
And the ring. My
And the ring, which is
I'm at
another 1,000.
19,000 right now.
Yeah, 19,000. So wait, was it just 5,000 for the armor?
Yep.
Okay, that puts us at 19,000. Plus the ring is 20,000.
Well, I got both rings.
We have
so
2 rings.
12,000, both rings 2,000. Brings you to 14 with the armor, 5,000 to 19.
Okay, we have 4,000 gold worth of gems.
Okay, you're using those?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll
And
say
then-
that you could probably actually do 6,000 worth of gems because some of them are more valuable for enchantment purposes.
Okay, cool.
We don't have to like delve too much into what it is, but that'll
Okay.
put you to 25,000.
Plus the 12 from the dragon.
Well, that's including the dragon, yeah, 25,000. Or you're counting your 10,000 in gold, right? Too.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, I wasn't counting your 10,000
Oh,
in gold.
okay.
I'm at 25,000 just from the dragon and
Okay.
That's
the
is
stuff
that
you sold
enough?
back.
That is enough for everything that we want.
Okay, so you want the
Greater
2
invisibility.
greater invisibility with 1 charge?
One charge.
You can get. We have enough for 2 charges if you want.
I don't think I need it.
Okay.
Our fight's gonna last longer than a minute. I guess we might fight twice in a day.
Yeah, but if you're invisible, you're not getting hit
Instead
that
of a
whole
second
time, right?
charge, could we use that extra amount that it would cost to make it come back on a short rest?
Well, that's some gamer fucking.
That'd probably be substantially more expensive because of the amount of magic it would take to have it to recharge.
I respect the
Figured.
attempt though.
I
That
tried.
shit. That's clear. No, I'm good with just one.
All right.
There's whatever's left. You got a secondary, I guess.
Okay.
Anything left?
Oh, and the wisdom thing.
So, yeah.
So what is it? 13,000 for mine, or 14 because it's 2K, right?
Right.
For wisdom. So 14
altogether.
plus the base 15.
If I got
What's
wisdom, it'd be
that?
7 too.
Okay. We're still good. That's at 32,000 of 35,000. So.
Like, they just throw cosmetics in for free.
Yeah. RGB.
We can do that.
So we're down to 3,000 gold, but we got everything we need.
What I don't provide in gold, I provide in body parts of our enemies.
Most of our gold, so.
Do you have like an estimate on the timetable here, Zilwix?
Me and Tregedy are both working today, so tomorrow morning.
Okay.
Damn. Okay. Shit. I'm going to sleep. I'm at a nice ass. Wake up to some fresh ass armor.
Great.
I'm going visible just for the hell of it tomorrow.
On a waste
You
of
can
potion.
RGB.
I don't even think I have one enough.
And then
Rainbow
you are
chromatic.
Getting the +2 charisma.
Yep. +2 charisma, the wisdom,
The wisdom.
proficiency.
Wisdom save proficiency.
Yep.
Okay.
This one?
You're muting
All the
yourself?
cosmetics of the armor, or does it change?
You turn the whole thing off.
Features about me?
Change features back.
If I
Put that button right
my
next to
eyes
the
or whatever.
one.
What's up?
I make like my pupils look like dragon pupils.
Yeah.
Fuck, that's cool.
It's gonna confuse the shit out of me.
You're gonna look like an evoker.
I don't want to look like one of those
Okay.
goofy looking motherfuckers.
Andrew, you want any cosmetic stuff?
Nah.
No? Okay.
The dragon on road.
Strobing light.
That stays on even when I'm invisible.
Yeah.
Alright, so I've got 14,000 for yours and 17 for yours. Brings you to 31,000.
Oh, 31?
Yeah,
We got
17.
4,000 gold left. Yes.
Let's go fucking party. Damn,
You should,
3,000.
you should get it so that anytime you move, it plays music, so that even if you're invisible, we know where you're at.
Like, I'm kind of sick actually.
It does it like as you like.
Really has to
You
make
paid
it the sound the
6,000
entire time.
in gold,
Can it be like activatable cosmetics?
like an at-will thing where you just change it.
Okay. Instead, I want to make it so my eyes are just like pure white, like activated.
Okay.
Cool. What'd you say, Billy?
So you spent 6,000 in gold?
For. Oh, do you mean the gems?
Right, so I had, with the gems, you went at 25,000.
Oh, you're saying I spent 6,000 in gold. Yes.
Right. Okay.
Wait,
just
how
checking.
cosmetic can I get?
Depends on what
Can I
you're
make it look like my old outfit? Like the one in the picture.
Oh.
Yeah, it can appear to be that jacket.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, that jacket's sick as hell.
It is. You gotta wear the hat again.
True.
Nope.
Well, I think he has that hat.
All that hat.
Actually.
Alright,
Fair
like I
away.
said, tomorrow morning should be all set and ready to go.
We'll be back.
We don't really have too much other stuff going on enchantment-wise. Everybody seems to be just kind of doing their own thing, so it'll be nice to keep busy. 6,000 gold is what I'll need from you. You can just bring it tomorrow morning or give it to me now, it doesn't matter. But we'll take the dragon head. That'll probably take us a couple of days to fully have it processed and made into like just the skull.
Okay.
Are you guys gonna pick that up from here, or do you want to send it somewhere?
Can you send it to our house?
Yeah, I can do that.
1, 2, 3, 4. I have them broken up into 1,000 gold sacks.
Okay.
That's so much more convenient than the 50 gold sacks we used to have.
I don't know why we ever did it.
Anything else I can help you with? Should be good.
Not unless you can tell us how to save the world.
You got
Just
any
keep doing
ideas?
good stuff.
Thank you.
That was actually not bad advice.
So it's gonna be sarcastic and be like, I had some good ideas. You want to share?
He's had his back to you guys the whole time he's been in here, just doing his own thing, not paying any mind.
Alright, let's go rest up, guys.
Alright, you guys make your way out, and while you were doing that, Chelonia had made his way over to the market. The market itself, you were just kind of told to go find the homunculi people, and you are able to do so. The vendor is pretty much always there. Whose name escapes me right now, but
I couldn't tell you.
Yeah, me neither.
once you make your way over, you can see that there are actually several people standing over here. There's kind of like a line in a way. I'll go over here. There's kind of this line where you go up and you can kind of just like make orders, and then there's a separate line where you're just kind of like standing around waiting for a number to be called, because they kind of make them in like right in the back. They start to conjure up whatever sort of creatures they need, like homunculi for whatever purpose. Thank you.
Sold it back, so.
So it is,
Fine,
yeah, it only makes sense. If you guys remind me either Wednesday or Thursday, I might even be able to do it tomorrow night to make cards for these. I will. You just gotta remind me to do so, and I will do it.
Hey, you gotta make those
Representations
cards.
of my items.
If you don't remind them, you're just gonna play WoW instead. So
Hopefully I remember while we're playing together.
It doesn't take a lot of time to whip one up.
No, it shouldn't take me too long, so just remind me and I
That's
can
my third item.
do that.
Gives me
So it's up to you what you want to do.
Also my third item.
So are the homunculi are like creatures though? They're not really.
Yeah, so they're little, kind of, not really like goblin looking. They kind of look like koala bears in a way, but like a gargoyle.
but like miniature, like the size of gummy
they're
bears.
Like small, yeah.
I
They're about like yay big, depending on which one.
So relative to you, they could
They
be
make
the size
ones
of
that are
a gummy bear.
fighters,
To you,
though.
they're like the size of an
Yeah.
actual bear. So
But they're just tiny, is the thing. I think. Are the fighter ones tiny too, Billy?
Yeah, they're
No,
smaller.
they're 7 feet tall.
being like 1 foot tall and having the
Skip!
personality that
I've
you're
seen
a
it.
giant dragon.
Yeah, they.
Okay.
I don't know why I got koala bear. That's more like a pug.
It's got the
More like a pug.
Look at those koala bears.
I could kind of see it. The ears, I feel it. Everything else,
so
no fucking shot.
my character, not really knowing what a homunculi is, kind of sees them and just kind of understands that these people will probably not be able to answer the questions that I have. And
It's the
so,
only thing I
That
had.
would be
I'm
kind of
sorry.
dope if the homunculi had this fucking spirit of a dragon in them. That's a gamer right there.
so I just start heading
Laying
heading
waste
back
with fire
to
breath.
Get the fire breath
Trader's
again.
where I know they were going.
Okay.
I think that's where the fire comes from.
Or just going to do my rest essentially.
Okay. Yeah, you'll meet them up in the reprieve. No issues. You guys all make your way to the reprieve. Is everybody just going to rest, or is everybody eating first, discussing, or what's the plan here?
Still gotta have a whole day to burn. But
Yeah, because it's only like 1:30 right now, or like 2 o'clock. It's probably
just
by this
wanted to-
time like 3, I'd say,
I
as
just
the
wanted
latest.
to get a rest in just in case we had to fucking zoom off somewhere.
Rarities and Perplexities isn't open, is it? This fucking guy.
Dude, he's gone.
I pull out the scrying there, nice grind.
Alright,
I want to
everybody
know
out.
what he's up to.
The mirror's black.
It's black.
Like you don't see anything. Like it doesn't seem like it works.
It-
Same thing from when you tried to find his.
It doesn't work if he's in another dimension, right?
He could be dead.
God.
I'm worried about that guy. One stray rock and it's gonna take those bug eyes out.
he hasn't been back for a while, has
Yeah.
he?
He's been
So,
gone.
like,
He's been
he's-
gone.
You killed him. That's crazy.
We're gonna find his body somewhere.
I hope he's not a villain. I don't think I can handle that.
He's the main villain.
It's
I've
him
been
and,
waiting for you.
him and Nana Ann locked in arm. Fucking just stared
They're
at him.
both
Man's
villains.
melting in me.
I quit. There was something off about him. Do you have work today?
I don't. I just show up when I want to.
Do you want
Cool
to?
no. I think I got like. There's this weird thing where we might have to save the world at any moment. So
Yeah.
like, I can't be caught on marking down potions.
Sometimes you gotta work a shift, you know?
Yeah, I guess that's fair.
So I took that demon horn off the prince dude. I can't remember his name right now.
Drexia.
Drexia. Yeah. How big is that horn?
You still
Probably a
carrying
good
that around?
4 feet.
Oh, I would imagine we toss it in the bag, but you're welcome to it at any point.
Then we should try to fucking use that for enchantments.
Oh shit.
I was told it was like non-magical.
Yeah, it's not magical.
I want to turn it into like
I think you could grind it up into like
what you
potion
call
stuff.
it? One of those big metal casks for alcohol, or not metal, but like
Oh, like a horn?
yeah.
Like a drinking
I want to go find someone to turn this
A
into that.
giant
Do
4-foot
that?
drinking horn?
Holy fuck!
He just puts it on his belt and drags it.
Maybe they'll cut off some of the bottom so it has like a flat surface, you know.
Okay.
Okay, so you just want it made into like a tankard?
Yeah,
Okay.
and that's gonna be my drinking tankard from now
I'm
on.
going to sleep for 8 hours.
Nice.
I'm making
Some-
sure. Make sure I'm ready.
Making sure you get the rest.
Ready at any time.
That's a good
Because we
point.
get to
I'm
the
going to
reprieve,
bed,
and I'm
too.
like, man, I could really go for a drink, and then I'm like, but
I
I
wish
have
I
this.
had 4 feet of drinking tube.
A regular mug just doesn't do it. So I think about it. The horn, I'm like, this would make for a great tankard.
You can't hold it like that though.
I will. I'll just be like, it'll be like hanging all the way to the ground. And
The most inefficient way to drink. You like lift it up and you're just like knocking people over at other tables.
Knocking people over, you're
You're
just
pretty
spilling it all
confident
over yourself.
Between like you and Moldrak, you could probably make it.
yeah,
Let's do
So
it.
you wouldn't really have to like commission anybody to do
the
so.
Moldrak.
Do they need a
Um,
forge or something?
You
or
have
can
like
just
random
fucking-
cup handles and shit that are inside of the bag. So I will say between the two of you, just so it doesn't have to be something that you like have to go completely out of your way for. Your forging skills and knowledge, you're just kind of sitting there like melting with your hands some of the cups to make like a handle. And then you just kind of cut the bottom to make it flat and then seal it off as best you can with like some of the horn itself, and then he puts like a metal
You
kind
want me
of
to sand that boy?
band around the bottom of it as well, and then just puts the handle on it. The handle itself's probably about yay big around.
Oh, actually, I have no fucking tinkering tools with me because I dropped my bag in
You
threw
scooped a
lava
bunch of
coins in my fucking.
fool's gold in your bag.
But I would say you have the tankard by like 5 or 6. It takes a little while to get it done, but you
Cool.
It's
make it.
this big though. This is how long you guys really
So
fucked
how
up.
big do you actually like? How big is the horn like as far as like?
So the
width?
horn this big around is probably about yay big.
Okay.
And then height wise, easily like from here. I mean,
That's
like,
So like
That's
it's probably
fine.
about
It's
2
like-
feet.
Yeah, like if you once you actually like cut it down to get it to a spot that's actually like usable and functional, it's probably like a good 2 feet or so, probably closer to 3.
So we can hold like
A
2,
lot of
3
stuff in it.
gallons of beer maybe.
Way more probably.
Okay.
Probably like 5 or 6.
Gonna take it up to Jordy.
Mhm.
Hey Jordy.
He's got this big
Could I,
gulp.
could I get this filled, please? Let's start with half.
You
All
do
right.
free. You
Very
do free
well.
refills here. I bought the big size.
Bring your own container.
I was also
Slurpee
told
day.
by the magisterium you guys to eat and drink for free, so I'll fill it up.
Oh, I didn't.
Ew. Okay.
I didn't know that.
Give me that keg, dog. I don't even want the.
He
fucking-
takes it
I feel
off of
like we
the
should pay him.
shelf and is like, puts it back on there, looks back towards the keg and kind of lifts it up and then pulls it over to it and then hits the tap on it to start pouring it into there. He's just kind of standing there.
That boy gonna get heavy, dude. His arm's gonna. You better help his ass. His arm's gonna break.
I think he's doing it magically.
I'm assuming you're all going to need baths as well? Rooms?
Your head to toe just covered in
I just
fucking
looked
blood.
down and drenched in dried blood.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Alright. I'll arrange it. I'll keep them all on the first floor.
God, it's always so funny to just
Okay.
think that we walked all around to the city and you're just covered in fucking blood.
Dude, people are probably just terrified of me. I talk like a mongoloid, and I'm covered in blood 90% of the time.
At least 90%. How's it been?
Good. It's not as busy. It's kind of nice.
Yeah.
Don't really like charging people though, but you have to do what you have to do.
Yeah, that's true.
Thank you.
Enjoy. It's heavy, but you can handle it.
The handle is not just like stuck in the side. It's like metal banded around the thing on the top and bottom so that it can hold the weight.
And it doesn't have like a really like neat finished look to it either. It's
That's
well made, but it kind of has like a bit of like a the metal almost kind of looks chunky. The way it like bands around, like it's not super smooth. The color of it is like all different too, because some of them were like little copper cups maybe, and some of them were silver, and some were like more of like a random like forks and shit that you found. You just melded it all together to form it. Looks pretty cool though, for sure.
Sick. I'm gonna go find
And it's
it.
like this deep kind of blackish ebony color.
Ooh. I was thinking just like an ivory color, but that's kind of
No,
sick.
it's black.
If you get it so you can attach it to your hip, people will think it's so you can like call people, but really it's just so you get wasted.
It's just dragging the whole time.
2 questions about my inventory stuff.
Okay.
One of the potions I had written down, I circled it, was labeled as a dex potion. I don't remember what that was though.
I also do not remember this.
I'll
I
look.
had a superior, supreme. I used a moderate rejuvenation.
I'll
I
look
have
for a
dex potion.
dexterity potion.
I don't even remember a mention
It's
of
gonna
a
be
dex
a
potion. Maybe I
search
missed
for
that
this
day.
one. Do you know when we acquired that?
Nope.
Cool.
So we have to start writing dates next to our potions.
It was I wrote it down in October.
I don't write dates. Do you have the in-game date of when we got it?
No, just a real life date.
How dare you
Who
keep
goes-
tracking real
Who
life?
goes by that?
Do
I
you have
can-
like the date itself or just the month of October?
The 29th.
Okay, so I will.
You gotta watch the
figure out what
stream
that
from
bot
like
was,
you gotta
and
watch the stream
we
from
can try
like
to
2
figure it out
weeks
that
ago.
way. Because I don't remember either. Most of the time, if I just tell you like an item, it's probably a good idea to just write it because I forget a lot of shit.
Well, the 29th was a Saturday, so at least that part checks out.
Why was it a
I'm sure if
Tuesday?
we-
That's so
if
weird.
there's a bot, we'll try to look at it. Even if you could do it at your own time, try to see if you can find it.
And then if I finish those like lightning like receptacle things that go on the edge of my blades.
Yeah, and you just recharge them when you can.
Okay, I never used to. I don't remember if I finished them or not.
Yeah, no, those were done for sure. I don't remember if you used them, but if you don't have it marked that you
You really just
did
be
use
killing
them,
those
I
things.
never
Yeah.
used them.
I
No.
love
They're
Sound
done
Patch
though,
Kids.
for sure.
I think there's a whole box of them
How many
right
charges do
here.
you remember them being able to use before? we got
He's
used
like,
up?
wait a minute.
Three.
Yeah,
hang
Christmas
on.
book, bro.
3 on each one.
Sheesh.
What's the story?
Read it out to the entire stream. Just kidding.
I don't know if this
The
is
cylinder,
true or not,
how
but I think I have
charges
3
work.
invisibility
The
potions.
cylinder that
Do
goes on
we?
the gun?
Yeah.
No, the
Shit, somebody
two
else want to go
lightning-
invisible with me?
like
Oh,
lightning cylinder.
We
yeah,
get
those
invisible
are-
high
I
fives.
don't
It's
know.
really hard to
They
do.
each had
But
like 12
That's like
in the whole
potions of
thing.
perception,
Or like each container of it had about 12 charges.
which just add a d4 to perception checks. But I have 2 of them.
On me, and I think more at the house.
Mhm. I remember you leaving some at the home.
Yeah, okay.
I don't know if it works the same, but I have like nature and perception potions that just like add a d4 to those rolls. Maybe that's something similar. I don't know.
Could be. Yeah, I'm sure if you look at the bot, you can find it in there somewhere.
does it just say Dex, or does it say Dex modifier?
Natural Dex.
Oh.
Well, was a pretty like, nice potion. I
I'm
don't know where
assuming
it
it
came
is.
from.
I don't remember what that came from now.
I have no clue.
I guess it's just like a temporary.
Just like give him
+2
like
or
plus
something.
40 on his Dex.
Yeah, give him
when
plus
he drinks
40.
it.
Just when you find it, you remember what it does, I guess.
Is there an extra writing utensil?
Yeah, hello, what do you need?
There's a pencil here. Do you want a pen or a pencil?
There's this.
Whatever works.
We got hellish.
Where are we gonna set the bowl if we take?
I was
those
just
away?
gonna start the. Oh shit, you're right. It's kind of elevated. Can't touch the table.
Anything else anybody would like to do at this point?
Going to sleep.
Okay.
Take a bath and go to sleep.
Yeah, take a bath and go to sleep.
And slop
After I
this
finish
away.
my
Take a
2.5
bath.
gallons of beer.
Sleep and then take a bath. Well, fair enough.
All right. After some well-needed rest and a little bit of reflection that you guys have, you are able to wake up the next day, spell slots and hit points restored. You are sore. You can
Yep.
feel the ache from the day before.
Yep.
Czar, for you,
You're dead, dude.
so you weren't here the first time that it was actually cast, but using your what is it called, Might of Keranos ability on your axe,
Mm-hmm.
it makes you feel a little bit of a strain the next day. Like you can feel that kind of surge of power. It doesn't actually do anything to you, like ability-wise.
I didn't actually cast that one.
To fly, I thought you... Or no, you just cast fly on yourself.
Yeah.
Yep, you're right. My bad. But you can feel like every time you use the axe, like the abilities that it kind of harnesses within it, when you try to invigorate yourself with some of it, like you just feel this kind of like ache a little bit to your body, like it's just kind of unnatural. But you definitely know that you are meant to wield it and are able to. You're just having to deal with the strain the next day. And for the most part, after you wake up and you're actually up moving, it doesn't even bother you anymore. You guys all reconvene downstairs. There is some food and stuff that is already prepared for you guys to have. It's like this large kind of potato type hash with some meat thrown in it and other various vegetables like peppers and onions. But it's just kind of put into this large kind of cast iron skillet type pan on the table for you guys to indulge in and discuss whatever it is you will be doing.
After you finish all the beer in there, you just put all the food that you want to eat later in it.
He's actually shoveling mashed potatoes into it right now.
And you never rinse it out. It's just like you just have a little bit of everything you've had in it over time.
I'm definitely not gonna put food in there, but
You could, though, is what I was saying.
hey, man, when I get thirsty and I drink water, you know, because we have endless water.
True.
Did you just tell that?
That's how I wash it out.
Yeah,
Just start pouring it.
the geyser version of
In-
it.
in-
Inconsequentially.
You said it was like, well, how much did you say that was sold for?
100 gold.
Yeah, I ain't giving that away 100 gold. That shit's useful as hell. Look at it.
You really make a mess with that thing.
Only loves making a mess. Alright, guys. Everybody well rested?
Feel pretty good, honestly. Maybe a little, arms a little sore. Threw a lot of cards.
Do you ice it?
Oh, I should have. I should have heat treated it right after. Went to the masseuse. Didn't have the time.
Well, we should probably eat. Go pick up your guys' armor.
Is it?
What do we do after that?
Did we sleep for fucking like 20 hours, or did we wake up in the middle of the night? You said it was like 1:30.
5 a.m.
5 a.m.
Yeah, we're up early. Rise and grind.
Yeah. Are they? You think they're open already?
No, probably not.
Just kick the door in.
No, I don't think so.
Seems a little excessive.
Where's the armor, bitch? No, not that.
I would love to watch you do that. To
I-
be honest.
If somebody kicks the door in, I'll do it.
No, you have to kick the door in.
I can kick like a foot on the door.
Yeah.
And I don't mean like I could kick my foot. I meant like a foot off the ground
Yeah, I got
is
it.
where I could kick.
Right.
And I don't think that opens the door.
So anyway, what should we be doing? Should we be reactive, proactive?
I think maybe after we get your guys' armor, maybe we go check in with the dean, or not the dean, sorry.
I mean, that would be good.
The magisterium.
I'll see how every place is doing. Hopefully we
Yeah,
have
and
information on it.
see if anything's going on.
I just don't like waiting around and letting them
No, I agree. I think
be the ones deciding everything.
aside from going back to the Hells, I don't really know of a way to be proactive at the moment.
I guess if nothing else is going on, we could hop over to the keep now that we don't have the tablet and.
I was also thinking maybe I don't know if there's anybody there in Teneveth to, you know, kind of take charge of things, or, you know, if the high priestess left anybody in charge, or what the
She
deal
said
is there.
she did say it was taken care of.
Okay. Okay.
That was one of the questions I asked before.
All right. Yeah, we could check on the keep again.
We need to talk to the dean.
What would we say?
I don't know if we.
First, we don't have to tell him that we know anything other than the fact that he was keeping this dangerous book in the bottom of the keep without telling anybody.
We knew that, yeah.
We knew about the tablet. We didn't know about Andrezu being there.
Well,
That's
Dresser
true.
then.
Right. I mean, we could ask him about it, but I don't know what we get out of that. I don't know what we learn or gain.
Well, if this is in fact his brother, maybe we can help him figure out a way to bring Joffrey back. If he was such a good soldier on the first reckoning, he would be a useful ally if we could figure out what's going on.
I do think, you know, the resurrect him in his, if he is back in his normal, not corrupted form, could be advantageous.
Do you
if
know?
this is true.
Do you know? Have you heard any legends of cleansing of this kind of corruption, or, you know, helping people back from the path of evil?
I would say it's not impossible.
He wasn't evil.
Very difficult.
It was like. This is way different.
I feel like the main person who might have had information on that is now sealed in her room for 5 months. But
Yeah.
do you think anybody left in Teneveth would be able to help us with that?
You can like steal people's souls. Can you clean them? Give them a little scrub.
Pull it out. Do a little.
That's interesting.
Might be able to try and pull parts of his soul and leave others. If his soul is corrupted, it will come with.
Like, could you pull the bad stuff out?
I don't know. I would need some time to. I've got these ones here, and I pull out the dragon, the green icky demon one, and the black one. But all the souls that I've had have been purely evil. I've never
Dragon.
pulled somebody's soul who's been pure, so I'd have to sit and try to study and learn.
What can you do with those right now?
Well, this one I accidentally released. Put back.
when did you release it?
Nobody was around. But I think my understanding is that either the soul will revert back to the original form that was in and go to whatever afterlife it was meant to go to, or it will take over the nearest vessel that's available that can harbor a soul or have life. And that's why I was asking about the Warforged, because I think if we could put even any one of these souls with any sort of control into something like that, or into a vessel that we can control, it could be a very powerful ally.
Yeah, I don't know of any other
I think
living Warforged or disanimated Warforged.
Well, if you
I
put
think the only people that can do things like that are normally not on our side. Is the problem.
Well,
We could-
as you see from Razul, the magic that we use can very easily go a different way.
There's always Mechanus. They might have something.
Which one of those?
Something like a a vessel for souls. They're very machine oriented.
But I think before I do any of that, I need to study these souls better. I may be able to save his soul, but then we have to find something to put it into. Or someone we can use. I can use another body.
We can't do anything until we talk to him anyway, because we don't know this is true.
Yeah,
for sure.
It's just speculation based on what I heard and what you saw. So we don't know what happened.
That's why we need to talk to the dean.
Yeah, you're right. Okay.
Alright, let's go figure out what's happening in all the other
Get
kingdoms.
the armor. Go talk to a Grand Magisterium, and then go see the dean.
Let me know when you guys are on your way out. I'm just gonna keep eating for a while.
I get it.
Gotta get that
Place to
strength
go.
back up.
Not off till we get home cooked food.
Okay, it's too late anyway, but could I have got a haste enchantment on the armor?
Yeah.
Damn. That would've been cool.
Where it casts haste.
Mhm.
Bro, we need to get you armor that you can wear, like a jock strap that gives you haste.
The fucking Speedo.
Strap of haste.
If there was a way
The
for
name
me,
implies so much more if it's a Speedo.
if there was a way for me to keep
Speedo
my
giving you
AC
haste
bonus
is
without
quality.
Can't you wear like a certain amount of?
Can you wear bracers?
I can wear medium armor.
Yeah,
Without
Speedo's
losing
gotta
your-
fit in fucking in there somewhere.
Yeah, the only thing, if you were medium, I don't know if you were able to have, your AC will probably go down.
It would,
Yeah.
because
But
I have
You have
the
armor.
armor defense.
but I also have the dragon hide feat, which boosts my base.
Right. So
Okay,
just
what if
negate
he's
that.
what if
Yeah.
he's just not wearing armor when he just has an enchanted Speedo? Like the Speedo doesn't count as fucking armor. He's just keeping his junk in.
What about?
It's like a ring at that point. Like,
Yeah.
You know what? Good point. I guess it doesn't have to be a Speedo.
I mean, but why not now?
That's-
I mean,
Yeah,
it's out there.
the option.
Yeah, typically in RPGs, the groin is not a inventory slot.
That's the
can be,
market we're
though.
missing out on.
Big idea, Billy.
Do you
Big
have
idea.
do you have 3?
I do. I have my ring of advanced protection, which is a +1 to AC and +10 to HP.
It's kind of sick.
The
Well,
hat and then the
haste
axe.
would give you +2.
Only when it's active though.
It's active for a minute, right? 10 minutes? 3 days?
Indefinite.
Wide 10 minutes.
Would the armor be like the potion where it's like refined and doesn't cause the
Exhaustion. Yeah.
Okay.
So would you lose 1 armor and health, or you gain?
But that extra attack would be sick.
I guess it's probably not a good idea to speculate about this because we do not have the money for this fucking
Not at the
ring.
moment.
Or a magical item that decreases your crit threshold.
Huh? Bro,
I kind of want that.
you could have been good this entire time, but no, he's been holding you back.
I didn't even think about this.
I'm just helping.
No,
Next time we get gold, we're coming to get you a 19 crit item.
18 crit?
17.
That's probably
Fuck it.
expensive, but we can try.
Fuck, we'll do 15.
You'll be-
Fuck it.
You hit him? It's a crit. It's a crit.
1 million gold pieces.
We
You
robbed
missed?
it.
You missed him? Nope, you hit him. It's a crit. One hell of a magic item. Don't even roll.
Imagine I might just tell you what I want to roll.
Yeah.
Damn, we really should have
Dial
checked
is-
out these enchantments a while ago. You really could have been useful, but
Let's just go kill another dragon. Get another head.
Everybody's gotta have a nice bounty on them.
worst case, Viking campaign. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah. Best
Best
case,
It's a win-win
free
for us,
money.
really.
best case, he has a haste enchantment, the crit enchantment. One of the two.
Could I get haste and a crit reduction on the same piece?
What if he has 2 rings?
2 rings.
but
Two
like,
different pieces.
but like he puts them together really close. Does it? No.
One
Probably
enchantment. One
Like sell that
attunement
like
slot.
Storm Axe if you want, really.
Yeah, get rid of the Stormax.
That's
Then
true.
I think I'll be smited if I even think about
That's
doing it.
right. Smote.
I'll be like, how much for this axe? And then Karen will be like, right onto me.
Maybe if you got rid of the hat, you could actually hit people. You know what I mean? The three rolls are really fucking you up. Is what the problem is.
If I had a lower crit threshold, it would be considered.
I don't know, man. He rolls them one at a time sometimes, and still.
It still just sucks.
It's my dice.
You rolled a 19 for your weapon.
That's what I'm saying.
I do.
All right, I want to revert my armor and get him a crit enhancement.
We've spent the gold.
How much would a crit enhancement be?
Don't know, you have to go look.
Well, we'll look when we
We
go
should check
get
the
our
book
armor.
while we're there.
Let's get some shit done.
This bro said
So right
he
now,
says 4,000. It's
Dragoneer's,
fucking.
building is closed.
We'll
It's
sit
very
outside
early.
and wait.
Okay.
I try to kick the door in.
Fast forward.
I watch Ander try to kick the door.
After like sitting there eating for an hour, I finally get full and be like, all right, I'm gonna look for those guys because it's been a while.
They're
He really
still
thinks
standing
something kicking
waiting.
this door in is the crazy part.
Make
Look
sure
at this.
That's fucked up, dude.
Oh,
You remember
he's-
the last time I kicked some random dude's door in?
It's a 7.
7?
It was like the door was unlocked.
Yeah, that's exactly what I thought was gonna happen.
Well secured.
Yeah, I think you might have like double hinges or something.
Does that make a door more secure?
Just so many hinges. I think is what's going on here.
Where do the extra hinges go?
I think more hinges would make it open.
If I'm kicking against it, it's a pole door. I'm kicking against the hinges.
He's got hinges on the left and the right. It doesn't open at all.
It's not a
I see why the book was trying to make him come to it.
Yeah, the tablet.
That makes sense.
Okay. You guys, an hour passes of standing here waiting.
Yeah, he
You
got
guys
like
are
a
just
sign
kinda
or something
talking
when he
and
opens?
discussing.
Yeah, there's hours.
Zarvarax makes his way over to you from eating sooner than they arrive.
How was he eating?
I don't want to think about food for a while.
Did you get like a refill on your mug?
I jam-packed myself so full of potatoes. There's not room.
You want some water?
No. Stop.
What's that? We're under attack.
I'm just gonna sit right here for a little while.
You can lay on the ground. I don't care.
That might make it worse.
Okay.
I guess you did eat
You can
potatoes
just
for
take
an
some from
hour.
this one so you don't have to open the other
I
one.
was gonna say I didn't.
Yeah.
Probably like a good half hour longer. So it's about 6:30 in the morning. You see Zilwich making his way up. You can see he has on a kind of like a hat that has like these little like tassel things on the side. That's kind of like tied underneath his chin. He's got a little bit of like a jacket on. He's carrying a bag with him and then holding a book in the other hand. So he starts to kind of walk and make his way up. Oh, good morning. Wow, you guys are here early. Hope you weren't waiting too long. Kind of makes his way over to the door, reaches up at the handle, and then just from grabbing it and turning it, there's like a little bit of magic that occurs that you see, and it starts to unlock. Then he pushes the door in.
Weird random question. How many hinges do you think this door has?
3.
You don't have an
Looks
extra.
like 3.
Okay, just make.
Like 2 on the left, 1 on the right, or
No,
what's the configuration?
on the same side.
Okay, all on the same side.
Wouldn't open otherwise.
Which way did the door just open, by the way?
Inward.
Inward. So okay, just, there's a magical lock.
Most
That's what it was.
exterior doors open inward. Just so you know.
And have 3 hinges
Yeah.
on one side.
2 on the left, 1 on the right.
Do they actually open?
Think about doors.
Think
In
about
front of
doors.
houses. They all
I feel
open inward.
You ever go to someone's house and you're like,
That's a
hey
The
guys!
storm door will open now.
Oh,
It'd be kind of weird if both doors open inward.
The more you know.
I just don't think about doors. I don't know.
He has to know this stuff because he was like a firefighter.
He is a firefighter. He's not was.
Still ams.
He's just trying to gaslight you, make you feel dumb.
Damn, I saw right through that. You make your way inside. The items are packaged inside of some like brown kind of paper tied on top.
Do we have to pay for that?
Yeah, it comes with the price of the $17,000 armor. Okay, he places it in front of you guys to take with you.
Wow, that was a good session. It's okay.
You had to say something yesterday.
Yeah.
I knew it was
It's
gonna
okay.
happen.
We've just been doing dumb shit for like the last hour. It's nothing crazy.
Oh, so my work is.
So you've pretty much just been playing with us. It's fine.
Yeah.
Nothing else you guys need? Just the stuff
Nope,
here? And your
just the
stuff?
armor. We
Hey,
can't.
can I just look at the book real quick? Just do like a
Yeah,
quick.
sure.
I'm already flipping through it.
How much is the crit thing?
So there is a crit threshold enchantment portion. Lower to the very lowest point goes to 16 for a crit threshold.
16?
Yes.
That's probably like
It's
300
also-
gold.
It's like
also-
100K.
So you start at 50,000 for the 16 part, and then it starts to drop by like 15 every increment
Oh.
from there.
You said, oh my.
50K for a 16?
16
Bro, I thought it started at 50.
That's- no.
I was like,
From
holy shit, we are
16,
never buying
50,000, and then you go down
You
to
don't have to.
35,000
You just
for the
spend,
17,
like 31,000
and then
on
18
there.
is 20,000.
We got 12,000.
18 for 20K is not a bad deal.
That's
19 for
16 for 50?
19 for 5?
19's still just 10. It's not as.
But he got a +2 charisma and proficiency in wisdom saves, and he got proficiency
it?
in wisdom saves and
Greater invisibility.
greater invisibility on his.
Okay, how much for
And his
this?
eyes turn white.
Constantly.
Like he can cast it.
You're gonna self-fight? Yeah, I just want to know.
I'll
Wow,
kill
that's-
you if you
that's
self-fight
peculiar.
it.
What can I see that?
You're not allowed to sell it.
See, for what?
To observe it.
He just wants to look at it.
See the
Yeah.
enchantment on it?
You can't observe it from there.
I mean, you gonna steal it?
Here you go, just take it. I don't know what I'm. I guess you're.
Grabs it.
I don't know where you're gonna go if you do steal it.
What if it's like 60,000 gold?
There's not even a magical enchantment on this. This is just
Are you sure?
yeah, I'm positive. This
It's definitely magical. Do you
it's
wanna-
magical, but it doesn't have an enchantment on it.
What does that mean?
Just innate magic.
Because I have one too.
What does enchanting Fido do?
So does he, but he doesn't have to show you as if he doesn't have to. And so does he technically. No, I'm not. I'm not gonna sell mine. I like mine, but
Very interesting pieces. for
I
sure.
got them from Xanon.
Oh.
Do you know where he's at?
Last I heard, he was heading to Zash for some artifacts and stuff that he. had
Okay,
heard
yeah.
up
I
there.
tried to scry on him. Nothing.
Really?
You sure he can't like plane shift?
He's not even really magically adept at all. He just. He's
Idiot.
more
Even
like
get
a,
here, dude.
he's got some very minor stuff he can do, but most part, he's just like an explorer,
I hope he's okay.
artisan type.
Oh no, bro.
If there's nothing going on, we gotta go to Azash.
Yeah, I was like, I wonder if Azash is in some shit right now.
They did say
I can try to take a look. They said they were okay when we were at the meeting, but they could just be putting up a front.
We were
So would
okay
you-
at the meeting too.
Yeah.
Could you put a price on those or no?
They're definitely really interesting. I could definitely sell them here.
Not for sale. I take mine back and put it in my pocket. You're not allowed to
Watch
sell
him
it.
kind of put his hand over a little bit of purple energy.
this is anything over 10K, we'll never see Fido again. Fido's up out of here.
There
We should
is.
sell those fucking things. They never get used.
This magic is very different. It's interesting. It's not arcane in nature. It has more of a. I don't really want to say necromantic by means, but it has. It's not really conjuration either. It's almost as if the creature that is imbued in this is in some sort of a stasis until activated.
Is it time magic you got going on?
I don't know.
I've read about stuff like this before. It's more like a soul magic.
Oh my god,
Joint.
this dude not even looking. He's
Sorry.
This could be relevant.
This
Might be
seems very relevant.
we make a dragon one.
Could you replicate this?
The process in which it works,
Yeah.
I could come up with something to actually implement it. More than likely not.
Okay.
Actually,
To create just the vessel itself and do the enchantment part, how much would that be right now?
I couldn't make the vessel or there's no enchantment. I could just probably figure out the process in which it was created.
Okay.
If we have an instruction manual, that's like a step in the right direction.
Still haven't got a price on this one.
What about Fido? How much does Fido cost?
I'm sure Tregadier would know a good bit about these.
Is he coming in today?
How'd you get these?
He should be, yeah. He usually doesn't get here till about
These
10.
were stolen from me 20 years ago.
Fido! Like I said, I've definitely read about this, like, soul magic before, and these kind of idols being used as kind of containment vessels, if you would, in order to project whatever creature is on the inside to be subservient to the user.
We got
Yeah,
this.
dude,
I have an
don't do
idea,
it.
Trelonia.
Don't the lions just do whatever they want? Oh, they actually listen?
No, they listen. They're bound.
I thought they just.
They have a chance of
Oh, there's like a
turning into something else.
Okay, Trelonia.
turning in.
Maybe
You saw it.
we can create a small
This
sculpture
Mega Man.
for the dragon, and they can put it in
Oh,
that,
okay.
and then you can summon it and command it like we do with these.
Was it a wyvern or a
Do you know
chimera?
how?
It's,
No clue.
No, but it sounds like he might be able to figure it
What
out.
the hell is the name of that thing? It is a manticore.
But do we know we need a certain type of stone, gem, wood?
I think they're
yes,
all
you would need
different.
some sort of certain
This
material.
one
There
is-
are materials all throughout Zaxria that have kind of traces of
Onyx
ancient
stone.
magic within them, whether it be like a wood, some sort of onyx type stones, emerald, obsidian.
It's gonna
Does
be
it
like
these
differ
onyx
right
based
now.
on the creature or based
It's
on...
more of a
If we took one
preference
of
of
the
which
dragon
stone you
teeth
have
and
and can
carved it
use.
into
Okay.
the dragon's tooth.
Mine is made of
It sounded like I
jade.
might need. Damn, that's kind of sick. It sounded like I might need tinkering tools again.
The
I do have-
tooth of the dragon probably wouldn't be sufficient material. It's more of
Rare
ancient kind of
metals.
stones, metals, woods, if even. I'd say your best bet on Zaxria would be somewhere in Venore.
Okay. Well,
We had a good
Either
opportunity
Venore
to
or
do
the Old
that.
Guard. That'd probably be.
I think for the volcano dragon, probably Yoltgard.
Should we go and find some stone?
Maybe.
Maybe like some sort
Still
of
haven't gotten
ruby or
a price.
something?
Yeah,
Like
That could be it too. Some sort of gemstone.
I hate to be
or-
this guy, but like, price check.
This is another one that I probably have to have Tregadier give an opinion on.
What time is it right
we
now?
don't really have any sort of items
My
like this.
non-existent watch.
About 6:30.
6:30. Damn, we up early as hell.
If you're in a
Like
rush,
a
I can send him a message and see if he could come in earlier.
No.
I can
No,
promise
I-
you though that he probably
I-
will not be happy about it.
I barely want.
He won't be happy.
Has he got
about
like?
talking to
Can
us
he
about
hear
it.
us talking right now?
No.
I barely want to deal with him when he's fully awake and in a good, in his normal mood.
He walks in right behind you.
If you wanted to part with it right now, I'm sure I could give you 5,000 for it. But there's a chance that it could be more or less.
I don't remember what I paid for them. I don't think it was more than like 100 gold.
That's a pretty good investment right there.
I'll come back.
Okay. Grab the.
All right, we should go talk to the Grand Magisterium.
If I sell him, lower chance he gets murdered. If I sell this, I can get an extra charge on my armor. I got greater invisibility armor.
Crit threshold, chuck it out the window.
We only need 10K for the first one.
I know.
15
talking
for the
shit.
second, or was it 20? 20?
and then 35, and then 50.
We need to start robbing people. I think
What?
that's the solution.
Yeah, that's why we're talking about it. I'd probably, huh?
How much you should try to sell that ring? Do a rate, trade it, and trade it.
That's like part of my character's lore, though, man. I can't just sell that
Oh.
ring.
Or just get the ring enchanted.
Well, the ring's already enchanted.
Yeah, the rings are enchanted.
Get rid of the enchanted.
That sounds more expensive.
Put my armor on, by the way.
So you can get rid of the hat?
Armor up.
If I had a lower crit threshold, it'd be worth it to get rid of the hat.
What is the lowest? What's to reduce by 1, the crits?
10K.
Reduced by 1's 10k.
Then
10K?
20K and then 35K. And
You sell your lions, you sell that dog, we can reduce crits.
Goes 10, 20, 35, 50.
it might be worth more when Trigger Deer gets a hold of it, or worse.
You
or
can go
less.
see the Grand Magisterium and come back if you want.
If I get the -4 to crit threshold
We don't have 50K.
right now.
Okay,
But
this
when I
one-
turn into a murder hobo,
Unless
might
these,
change.
unless these things are worth a lot more than what he told us, I don't think we're gonna
This one
need
I'm not
this.
gonna sell, but I want to know. I take the hat off. How much is that?
Isn't that your normal hat?
No, it's the captain's
You don't tell somebody that you're not gonna sell it and ask them for a price on it. They're gonna
What if he
lowball
says,
the
like-
shit out of you.
Then I just put it back on my head and we're fine.
I could
Bro,
probably.
we're homies.
What
Me
do
and,
you
me and this
sell
guy are
next? Your
homies.
body?
It's
Hey,
definitely a
He
unique
says
enchantment on
30K
it.
for my body, he can have it.
I could probably do 1200 for the hat.
What does that hat do?
1200?
What does that hat do?
1200 or
He
12,000?
can give us like
12,000 or
inspiration.
1200?
1200.
He can give us
This is
inspiration.
very
with a good
rare,
speech
by
or
the way.
something.
Oh, that's right. Alright,
Which he's
I don't
used it
mean to
like
offend you.
all
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
2 times.
let's go.
I think the second time we
I
were
won't
like,
even-
that was terrible.
I won't even take off the mantles, okay? Don't even look at them.
I'm gonna head to the hall.
Yeah, I'm gonna follow.
Just back out, walk in the door.
Did you ever get that wand or whatever Tready Dude was working on from the Kraken parts?
Oh,
What
Didn't
was
he
he
make
working on?
something like control weather?
I don't know. Was he making something like
I
that?
don't hear what you guys said.
Oh. Brigadier, like he was making something out of the Kraken parts?
He was using the blood as an enchantment ingredient.
Okay.
What the fuck do we even give for that?
I thought
Sound
he was gonna make us
familiar.
something.
Did he ever do it?
It was like he said like something that could control weather,
I don't
and we
remember.
never got it. It's okay.
I remember him saying that the blood has the capabilities of like controlling weather, but I don't remember him saying he's gonna make something for
What
you
did we
guys.
get for the Kraken?
Nothing.
I'll kill this motherfucker.
Because we were like, here, take it, let's go. We were busy doing something else.
I can add Trigger Deer to my title, okay?
And man's got a 1 to crit.
Alright, well, you guys make your way out into the hall. The hall itself is open, obviously. It's never really closed. Aside from when you go in, the chamber to the far side is sealed over with the purple arcane energy. You can see that the Magisterium is in here.
High Priestess.
Touch
and,
the door.
The elephants.
You can't really get past, like, it's like a barrier.
It's like,
Like there's like a
yeah,
thin
like
veil. Yeah,
outside the door.
right.
Finervia, yes.
I know it's
Touch
on
it.
Paladin,
Touch the
right?
barrier and it's
Yeah, you can feel it. You can feel it kind of like pushing you back in a way. Like you can't push through it by any means.
like
What I saw.
2 positive
Oh
magnets or
shit, yeah,
something.
you missed
Exactly.
that.
The Magisterium is
Okay.
making his way down from the top portion.
Any news on the kingdoms?
Yes, unfortunately, I was trying to get to you as soon as I could. I got word maybe a few moments ago. Reporting back from each kingdom that we heard from, they are dealing with the same things that you essentially described from the keep. Hordes of undead, trying to just wreak havoc, essentially. A lot of panic. Southbrook has stabilized. They're fine. Fenore is good. The Old Guard is doing fine as well. Azash seems to be struggling a good deal.
Did we?
Let's go.
Did
It seems that there are a lot of creatures there that, if they were undead trying to cause havoc, are not really a good force to be trifled with.
Did we get the teleportation stuff set up? I guess it was like
There is
what,
one.
yesterday.
There is
I
one.
mean, to like the
Oh, to move
mass,
people
like,
around.
teleport thing.
That
I'm
may take a
guessing
little
probably
time. I haven't
not,
heard from
yeah.
Azeron. I sent word from them yesterday
It
as
was
well to
just
try and get some
yesterday,
help, so
wasn't it?
I'm sure I'll be hearing from them today.
Okay.
However, I went to investigate our gateway, essentially, from Azash, and it is broken. So I'm assuming on the other side, whatever it was that was there before, has been destroyed.
Oh shit.
We're unable to get to there from here. We have means, though, of sending you there. It'll merely just be more of an inconvenience than anything.
Okay.
I have no trouble doing so, though. If you need help to get there.
I think we should go. Maybe I'm hasty and biased in that decision, but
No, I think we should.
That was the plan.
To stop by Dean real quick, but
that's right.
I feel like
Can we
it's something.
send, soldiers there? Do we need to be there? Can we
From
send
what they said,
some-
that they were in need of help. Of what extent, I'm not sure.
This is what we signed up for. So
Yeah.
I think we can deal with the Dean thing later.
Yeah.
Very well.
can you teleport? Like, Connor is like any way like Connor could be like a beacon that you could like teleport to, like his
My-
presence or whatever.
My teleportation magic doesn't extend that far. Tobias, I'm sure it could, but he's been pretty preoccupied elsewhere.
Well, if he needs to be,
I can pretty much get you down to a landmark, or at least close to one. We'll put you right in the kingdom.
I mean, if we need to pull him away from working on the teleportation circle at our house, let's do that, because I don't know if that's what he's doing. He might be doing other stuff at the...
Well, also, if we're gonna go to Akash and it's the same thing that we had at the keep, what are we gonna do?
Well, we got out of the keep because we were trying to get the tablet away.
Yeah, but I'm saying if that turtle is there killing people and resurrecting them, we're gonna have the same problem.
We're gonna have to
I
kill
think
him.
he's probably searching for the tome.
There's only
And
so
once
many
he
bodies in
realizes
one
it's
also
not
spot.
there, he'll probably leave.
I also think it's a lot different than all of us being split up and half
I
of
don't,
us
I don't
trying to
think
get
that's
out.
the case.
I,
Incite fear and panic.
we
He's-
didn't
Everything.
we didn't tell everybody to group up together to just let one kingdom fall.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not saying we let them fall, I'm saying we find other ways to support them. We send troops
Well,
to
it
save
shouldn't
cities.
take too long.
He
We don't
knew
have the setup
exactly.
yet.
He knew exactly where he was going. I don't think he's looking for the tablet. I think he probably already knows it's here. Even after, I guarantee he detected it before it was sealed. I think it's to put us at as much of a disadvantage as we can and try to take out as many people as they can. So I think we go and help.
Yeah.
I just think it's more useful for us to, if we can get an ally
But
that's
what
as
are
good as
so what are
Joffrey
we
is,
going to do instead?
we go talk to the dean.
What
And
does,
figure-
what does that do?
Potentially figure out a way to get a powerful ally on our side and end this battle even faster.
They want to try and... You were asleep with the reprieve. They,
So preoccupied. Someone called me about something.
we want to talk to him about Indrezu, about why he's stored there, and we don't really want to let him know about what we did with the tablet, but I don't know. They want to try to find a way to turn him back to, if possible, put him back in his original form.
I just feel like if there was a way that we could do it, the dean would have brought it up.
Well, he also might not have, known that anybody like Chelonia existed until
I guess that's fair.
he came to us.
The dean also didn't tell anyone that body was there to begin with.
Yeah, but if he knew there was a way to resurrect him, he probably would have.
Yeah.
But if we can give more information, we seem to be pretty good about finding answers to things.
I know that if we go to the keep, we might make more progress, but it's going to take a lot of time and research, and I'm sure. I don't know. I just
think if we go to Akash and it's the same situation, Razul has an unlimited amount of health and bodies to work with, and it'll only continue to grow. And how are we even going to begin to start to handle that? We need to find a different way other than us running into a fight with him. I'm not saying we abandon, I'm saying we help him, but that might not be the way. I mean, we all tried fighting him, and we would cut off his arm, it would grow back. Because he had so many people he was pulling health from. And then he was killing those people, using them as zombies to even more overrun the city. It's a vicious circle.
we're also very split in that fight.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. We weren't all together.
At this point, over on the side as well. Siegfried's still here. Just kind of seemed to be off to the side, just waiting, essentially.
Either way, I think we have to go,
Did he even
and we
sleep
can get
last
back
night?
here if it's just doomed. Like, we can get out very easily. But I think we should at least see what's happening.
Yeah, I concur.
I would like to go speak to the dean.
I can
Someone
send
who's
you
known him
to-
for a long time and is close to him.
Well, we can separate if you guys want.
I won't be able to help you once you're in the places you're at. Like I said, teleportation magics aren't that strong, and I'm pretty confident that most of the people that are there at the keep won't be able to do the same, but whatever you're comfortable with, wherever you need to be, I'll send you there.
You guys comfortable splitting up?
Are you able to have him take other coins?
What?
Could I have an extra coin to get back here?
I don't make them.
Could you give us
Could be
extra
okay.
coins, or like one extra?
I could at least, well, there's only a finite amount of them that we have at our disposal. Right now you don't really have one on you, but I can give them one, and then when they return they'll have one when they make their way to you.
Okay.
But we'll be stuck until then.
That's fine.
I feel like it just doesn't make sense to chase such a slim chance when we could save people right now.
Yeah. That's where I'm at. I might go to Azash.
I will stay here in whatever the hell place this is. Make sure if there's anything that comes for this here door, that I'm standing in between it.
Okay. Be careful, Siegfried.
Always. You too. You say you've known the Dean for a long time. I believe you. I have as well, and he's done a lot of good for Zaxria, so whatever speculations we may have, give him a little bit of slack, I guess. There's not a lot of things that I wouldn't have done for my brothers, so.
Yeah. Alright, well, we don't have much time to delay. Grand Magister, get us as close as you can to the capital, please.
Certainly. If you want to go to Azash, stand over here, please.
Do you have any more of those bulbs?
We used them.
Yeah, there wasn't
I had two.
Yeah, we used them for,
He used them when
The-
he went to Masai.
and then
You see here.
Did you use it with the turtles or something? I thought somebody went underwater.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
he was
when you flew
that was the
back.
last two.
In Ezron. Yeah. Unless we can go buy some more.
Zosh.
I think me and you should go see the dean.
To the keep? You two? Anybody else going there? Everybody else in the Zash? Yeah. You guys kind of step across on the room here to where the two of you are kind of looking across at the other four. You guys kind of all look at each other, and even though your kind of initial intentions right now are split, you guys know that there is purpose in each place and importance to it, and you know that it, you know, the things kind of outweigh each other in some other ways. So you just kind of look at each other, give a nod. Anything else you want to say before you are sent off?
Try to hurry to us. We might need you guys.
Be safe. Can always live to fight another day.
And Adrixir starts to pull some magic around before he sends Trilonia and Azrael to the keep. You guys land into the central market area where you can see that it is kind of gray skies. Bodies are being moved around. You can see some of the guards are going around and actually stabbing into heads of people. Your initial just like getting brought down is completely off from what you're used to seeing here. As for you guys, there's this blur of energy that causes you to get sent to the keep, or not to the keep, to Azash. Once you are in Azash, it is the large kind of like pyramid temple type buildings. There is this kind of like central pathway and everything through it. You're pretty familiar with its setup, but you are dropped down pretty much at the lower steps of the capital itself. Initially, when you drop in, you are expecting to have some sort of a fight waiting for you, but it appears that the capital here itself doesn't seem to be under any sort of immediate threat right now.
Where do we know where the portal normally goes?
Yes.
Could it be? Is
Land
it?
of Giants?
Yes.
Oh, so it's not here.
It's further. Maybe they're making their way up from the side. Maybe they're not here
Are there,
yet.
are there two portals or just one?
Just one.
There was a portal to the what was it, the Beastlands or whatever.
Yeah. Land of the Giants. And then, you guys found a portal in Azash that brought you to the Beastlands, if you went through.
We destroyed broke the cave, so it's hard to
The
get
actual teleportation circle.
Inside of Azash, though,
Are there guards standing around?
there are,
Does
and
that-
initially upon you guys just kind of like appearing, they kind of like pull like claws out and they're kind of standing there looking at you. You can see the kind of Black Panthera guard. As they're sitting there, they recognize you. Then they kind of just like put their fist up really quick to their chest.
Sorry to startle you guys.
We're here to help.
I assumed as much. They sent word as soon as they could. I'm sure King Zankala would like to see you.
Yeah.
He's in his war room right now with the rest of the council.
We'll head there. Stay safe out here. I'm gonna start heading up the steps.
Start to make your way up the steps there. As you are doing so, you guys at the keep, it is very, very grim.
May as well check on Nandy Ann while you're there.
There is a pretty intense
Know her that well.
aftermath. You can hear faint kind of echoes of cries and whimpers. People don't really seem to be talking. It's silent for the most part. You can see a good amount of what guards are left are trying to clean up. There is, in the central market area, several carts that have been set up that are ushering these bodies kind of out. And you see when they get to the bridge that they're kind of letting gravity do a good amount of the work to like push it down to where there's this kind of hill that rolls down beneath where it looks like a lot of people seem to be digging some sort of trench. You can see small fires and stuff that are down there. That is not the right sound I wanted right then.
Intense.
Kind of like, give some encouragement to any like soldiers or whatever that look really like depressed or whatever, or like shovel.
Yeah, you can see a guy like just stabbing into the head of somebody, tears kind of streaming down his face. He pulls the helmet off and like puts it to his top of his head.
So I put my hand on his shoulder and I don't know if he's injured or not. So just a little divine. So like the reassurance or whatever. Just the spirit. Hope he's not lost. He did well today.
The only thing I did well was live.
That's all we can do right now.
Yeah. He just pushes past you. You hear another like as he stabs into another head. You can see a couple people by him as well after he stabs them is taking the bodies and moving them over. You can see that they're actually stripping some of the bodies of the armor that they're wearing. They're seeming to pile up a lot of the armor and swords and stuff that were left. You can see some of the bodies of the people that they're pulling don't look to be any older than like 20. There's a lot of people who were here that probably just signed up on their own free will that were just not trained yet. Most of the trained soldiers went with General Harker to Venore and are kind of pushing their way back right now. So you know that what's here at the keep really wasn't ready for any sort of an attack. It was just a lot of young people and mostly, foolish to do what they did, but nonetheless probably made some sort of a difference. Start making your way up towards the keep itself before you are met by Fandel at the top there, along with the Dragonborn sorcerer who makes his way past you. Fandel, you can see he's got his hands up on top of his head and is just kind of looking out. You can see that he's tired. He's got heavy bags under his eyes. Doesn't really look like he's even really slept. Greetings.
Hello. Again.
Hey.
So I see that the attack was mostly repelled.
Other people died here though that didn't need to. Shouldn't have.
No, couldn't have seen it coming.
No.
Grief for these young poor souls and they fought hard and valiant for us and we'll give them all our respect. We'll push on and continue to fight the good fight.
That we will.
Their sacrifices will not be in vain. Steve Archimedes around.
Yeah. Last I talked to him, he was down in the vault there. Said he was visiting his son, so. Need to speak with him?
I do, yes.
Okay. Follow me then. Makes his way over. There's a heavy amount of foot traffic through the actual keep here, like right in the central thoroughfare. He goes over towards the door, kind of waits a moment for it to clear up before he removes the veil, the illusion of the door there, opening it up to the torches on the wall, the sconces lighting up to light the way for you to make your way down. You make your way down and find these kind of archway with all the glyphs upon it. Chilling, what is your alignment? Evil. Well, you're dead.
It's right
Be
here.
the first, second.
Awful.
Jesus Christ.
Your God's calling.
Yeah.
buzzing trying to get in.
We need you!
Is Brian calling back for the quote?
Both long landscaping. Heard you were trying to find a healer.
Yeah, that would work for this game too.
All right. Once you make your way down, you pass through the archway, no issues. You can see kneeling down in front of one of the tombs there, the dean. He's actually leaning up against it. You can see his head on the stone, his eyes closed. You can see him breathing, just laying there.
What's his first name?
Archimedes.
Dean.
His last name is Hutrell.
Oh, that's right.
Dean.
Dean.
No, he's not. He's just a normal guy. We've just been calling him Dean this whole
His
time.
name's Dean.
Yeah.
But he's also the Dean.
Approach him. Kneel down. I don't know if he's actually passed out or not.
He looks like he's asleep.
Hand on the shoulder.
Slowly wakes up. That's where I am.
You alright?
It's definitely been better. Sure, a lot of people have. A lot that occurred yesterday. Still trying to catch up. Think. Try to figure it out.
I was hoping we could do that together.
Hope so.
As you can see, I'm sure you noticed that the tablet is gone.
Yeah, when I spoke with you, you said you were leaving. I don't remember exactly what happened yesterday, but
We managed to take it to safety.
all right.
Came across some information, and I'd like you to be completely honest with me, because I know you almost like a brother in a way.
At this point, he sits down, kind of leans over. Well, from sitting down, he stands up and starts to kind of lean over Cain's tomb that he's kind of in front of, with his hands on his face and his elbows at the end of it.
I know you would have no ill intentions or anything, but Connor and I came across what you have down the pathway over there.
Right.
I just want you to be honest with me and tell me why he is there.
His body was thought to be connected to the tablet. We thought we could possibly destroy it with his body in some way. We were never able to find out how, so we just kind of was left there to time.
Which, I'm paying close attention to like his inflection. And, sure, I guess roll insight.
I did.
Can I do
Insight?
9 to it?
Yep, you can use insight.
Failed it.
you believe what he's saying? You believe him, but you also know the plausibility of what information you had gleaned from Moldrak in your discussion with one another. So what he just told you sounds truthful.
How come you never told me much about Joffrey?
It's a bit of a sensitive subject. I know what it's like to lose family. I don't like to be reminded of that pain, even though I'm reminded of it every single day that I breathe again. My son being buried beneath here, my brother being lost just for the creation of this establishment. I remind myself enough every day without having to talk about it.
What was he like?
It's funny you ask. I've been down here trying to think of the same. And it's really been so long since I've actually seen him that I don't even remember what his face looks like. But I remember that I love him, and he was my brother. And outside of everything else, that matters more to me than anything.
I know that feeling. My brother may still be breathing on this world. I just feel like he is dead to me still. And there's this moment. It's hard to remember what he was like. All I can think of how he is now.
Yeah.
And it hurts. Sure. You could do anything to bring him back. Because I would do anything to bring back Zeke and have the family that we once had.
But these things are not possible. Things we have to live with that.
I wouldn't say that. There's a lot of powerful forces that work in Zaxria and beyond. Miracles can happen. The tide of history can change.
In my experience, I don't really deal much in miracles. It's more good partnerships and bad deals. It's been a long day, long couple of days here. Is there something that you need?
Isn't Trezu really Andrezu, or is he another being?
You know, when I first made the keep, Joffrey was much younger than I was. Maybe, well, now I can't even remember how much younger. 10 years, maybe. at that time, I remember thinking he was so much older than he was, and I knew so much more, and being a bigger brother, you try to tell him how to live, and what to do right, and what's wrong, and what not to do, and really only so much you can protect them from, Only so much you can do. In regards to your question, if Ndrezu is Ndrezu, yes. Yes, he is. But
Was he always in Dresden?
no, it wasn't. He wasn't always in Dresden. He was my brother. He was Joffrey. He tried so hard to do so much more good than I ever could. But he just... Tablet called to him and he found it. He thought it would just give him power that he needed in order to make the keep what it is, and he did. He used that tablet to build the keep, to split the pylons apart, to protect everyone here. But it didn't stop there. He tried to use the tablet to go on the offensive. Cain was so strong-headed and seeking glory that he went with him. Thorgrim went, Eltriel went. Rhinask would have if he was alive too, I know it. I don't know what happened where they went, but I do know that after they went to the Hells, when they came back, well, they weren't themselves at all. Joffrey thought he had enough power to just go to the source of the evil and be rid of it there. What I didn't realize is that he'd made a deal down there himself. A deal with Erebos. He'd been promised power and abilities. But he didn't realize that it costed all souls to do so. He offered up his own. He offered up my sons, Eltriel's, Thorgrim's. But I don't think he did it of his own volition. I think that that tablet had corrupted his mind the second he used it. And it just got worse and worse until he was no longer even there.
When was the last time you spoke to him?
After they'd come back from the Hells. This was prior to the eradication even really taking its front before the Battle of Teneveth. They had come back and discussed going and finding more soldiers, people to fight for us. They traveled far west to where Brunswick is right now. Used to be a small village. It's humble. got there, I'd heard word that Kane was killed in a fight. That Eltrail went in after him and she died as well. Fargrim was the only one that lived. He made his way back. He didn't come back with Joffrey, he just came back himself, and he told me that a demon had taken Joffrey, or taken over Joffrey. I don't remember his exact wording, but it was almost as if everything was good the one day and we were making progress, and then it all just turned again. Before he left, and I talked to him, I could tell that he wasn't himself, and he hadn't been for a long time now. I really can't remember the last time I actually spoke to my brother, just my brother, uncorrupted. I've been trying for all these years to get him back somehow. Just some way. Centuries of life and knowledge, experience, wisdom. There's some things you cannot achieve.
Do you believe that if you were to come back, that his soul would be pure and not corrupted?
I told myself that, hoped for it, but
Do you think there was still good in there? A sliver?
of course I do. I'll hold on to that until I die, but is it true? As I said, centuries of knowledge and experience and wisdom, I'm smart enough to know that that's not true. Your soul can't be corrupted for that long without permanent damage. He's just been laying down here on a table with a bolt in his forehead, rotting. Not his body, but his soul, just rotting away.
Is he aware?
I don't even think he knows who Joffrey was. I think whatever Andresu is now is... I was foolish.
You're not foolish. I would have done the same thing for my brother.
I've always had an idea of a plan of what to do next. I was always in search of a purpose of hopefully getting him back, but not that things are the way they are. I just... no hope.
Can you take me to him?
He's not here anymore. Body's gone.
Was it Razul that took the body?
Whoever the necromancer that was down here. And I made my way down, I saw the undead beings that he had with him carrying the body. I made my way to the archway to walk in before I saw Razul remove the bolt with some sort of magics and imbue some sort of life into Andresu. He didn't appear to be well, but he was alive. So wherever he is now, he's getting back his strength.
Oh. Shalonia and the rest of us have been learning about souls and the ways they can be manipulated and, well, not manipulated, but transferred their essence. from one body to another. And we strongly believe that there's still good in Joffrey. And we find him, that we could save his soul. And all the wrongs that may have happened during the eradication, they could be made right this time.
I truly hope what you're saying is possible and true. But in my time of sitting down here and thinking, I'm just struggling to find any sort of hope or light.
Do you have any idea where they may have taken him? Did you hear them say anything?
I remember before, and I'm sure it's true now, the only place it would make sense for him to go to recover would be Nessus, or Nessus, whatever you'd like to pronounce it as, the ninth layer of hell.
Let's just go get him.
You know, easy.
We could just kill Erebos on the way there.
It's the same area where we discovered the Kylaria. She let me know that the life force that was connected to the tablet, causing it to be indestructible, was connected to Erebos, who also lay dormant in the ninth layer.
You say he's currently dormant?
For the most part, his life force and abilities are able to be projected elsewhere, but his body lays dormant in wait in the ninth layer.
Bro,
In wait for what, I'm not sure. Well, if I had to guess now, it'd be the culling. I can't believe I was so blinded to not realize how foolish and unreachable this was. I'd kept such a powerful being just beneath hundreds of innocent people, just for the possible chance of maybe having it back. And the possibility, not even... I just...
We've all done things that we regret in our life. We can't stay in the past. What's been done has been done. Doesn't change who we are. What makes us who we are is what we do moving forward, how we live day to day. If we give up and don't have hope and regret and sorrow and despair, then that just fuels Erebos and all those other damned fiends that wish to take over Zaxria.
I know that everything you're saying is true and right. I do. But I just feel like the last 300 years of my life have been for nothing at this point. It's hard to find any good in anything I've done. All I can think about is the thousands, tens of thousands of people that have died over the years. Trying to do something that they thought was for their benefit and the benefit of the world, but in reality it was me trying to find a way.
Well, there still is a way.
Alright, there is.
And we can't let that all be for nothing.
We cannot.
Did they leave the bolt behind from his head?
I'm sure it's on the ground.
I may be able to go to the 9th-layer pal. Not my physical form, but try to bring him back, or at least lure him back so we can try to help him.
I can think on that idea. That is not a decision that needs to be made hastily, without the consent of everyone. It could be a possibility. At some point he will come back, presumably looking for the tablet again. And if they know where the tablet is, perhaps we can be ready for that.
Where is the tablet?
It's better than nobody knows. Very little people know.
I understand your reservation to tell me.
Well, you've trusted me with this information. It's being kept in some sort of, I don't know how the magic works. We went to Arkanoria, and the mages there have sealed it. I'm not sure how it all works, but the magic is trying to be unbound.
I was told before when it was made dormant that pulling it from the case that it was in would cause it to no longer be as such. The power would be released from it.
It
I was just
was,
trying to find a way to use it. I don't know.
it was definitely activating in the mere 10 to 20 minutes that it was free. Some of the brightest individuals and powerful mages and spiritual people are trying to get rid of it once and for all. And I pray in their success for the hope of all of us. I know this, I can relate on your feelings, because Zeke also went to the hells thinking he was strong and has come back a monster.
If you take any sort of advice from me, your brother's probably long gone. You may need to make a hard choice when that time comes. Make sure you don't show mercy. It may not be your life on the line, but hundreds of thousands of others.
Yeah. I dread that day. 'Cause he almost had the best of me.
May have been you holding back because he is your brother. You need to understand now that he's not.
He's still in there. I don't believe that even with Joffrey, they're completely gone. Just consumed by a force of will more powerful than theirs. Suppressing their own. They're still in there. I believe with all the will of Cabrexis and Raphael and everything in me, I know we'll get them back.
Well, you keep hoping, so you have enough hope for the both of us. as I'm allowed at this point. He puts a hand up on your shoulder and begins to make his way out. Any time to think and reflect, come up with some sort of a plan or idea, something. Just lost right now.
Take the time you need.
His back to you as he's turned, kind of walking away. Makes his way out the archway to go up to his office.
Quickly like to just go examine the table.
Okay. The table itself is pretty mundane. There's really not anything to it that's magical in nature. However, on the ground where there was those like crystals that were there before that were like kind of making that dome, you could see they're all kind of like broken and fractaled and shattered on the ground.
Do I see the bolt?
Make an investigation check.
I'll also look for it.
You can roll with advantage.
So if I have the details come back to the material plane, it'll make it much harder for him to resist scrying. I have something.
Some more.
I got 18.
More.
You do find the bolt on the ground. It is made of like this kind of older, kind of like oak. You can see that it has like a little bit of like splintering to the bolt itself on the shaft of it. The fletching on it's kind of like frayed and dissipated at this point. The head of the bolt, like the broad head itself, is kind of saturated with, or not saturated, but it has like a, like the end of it is kind of dried, but you can see that there's like a thin layer of almost like some sort of a film or some sort of like slimy type of liquid that was just kind of resting on it from it sitting inside of the head. But you're pretty confident that what you're holding is the bolt that was in his head.
And is it like what you would call blood?
On the head of it, the broad head portion looks like dried blood, but the rest of it kind of has more of like a clear, almost like yellowish kind of tint. There's like little bits of like gray chunks that are kind of sitting on the inside of some parts of it.
Like it's brain matter.
Yeah.
In spinal fluid.
Yep.
Okay, can I still?
No.
I don't know if this is the thing I can
Well,
use.
Jack
Can
Kid
I
said he
still
took-
kind of feel
Starts that boy up.
the deed
Gets all
said he
in that head.
brought him back to life in some way, right? Can I feel that life force still on the bolt? Like any kind of connection, just so I can intuit?
No, I'd say that the bolt, though, for means of trying to like pinpoint the location of something, would more than likely work. Just dependent upon how exactly you do it. It's not like an item that belonged to somebody, but you know that it has like some of their like DNA on it essentially. So it's
Well, I'm thinking if I were, because I need to have a strong connection to the other plane if I were to astral project.
right.
I'm trying to figure out if
That would more give you a connection to the
Person
creature
itself.
than it would to the plane itself.
Okay.
But you at least have the bolt now if there's something you could think of to do later on with it.
Is anything else down here looks like it was gone into or rummaged through by?
No.
Anyone?
Based on like you looking around very quickly, it seems very deliberate that they were there for one purpose and one purpose only.
I guess we should make our way back up. Keep that bolt safe.
I hand it to you because I don't have pockets.
It's been a long time since I held this.
Shell's one big pocket.
That'd probably be uncomfortable.
I don't want to get poked.
Like, ee.
How old is that one on there? Oh, no
Just like
disease.
gently takes it, like, reflects on it. Had I known this was going to kill Joffrey.
bag. Walk out.
Alright, you guys go to make your way back up to return to the rest of the party. As for the rest of you guys in Azash, right now you're just making your way up to the council chambers. Once you get up, kind of up at that top step portion and start to kind of look around, you can see the just kind of surroundings of Azash. The sun is out looking down like at the horizon. You can see that there are little bits of like smoke in random spots like off in the distance. You can see a lot of stuff like flying up above. It just seems like a good bit of things are disturbed, and it's not like super close, but you can see enough of it off in the distance to know that it's kind of like pushing its way up. With that, you turn to make your way inside to the temple in order to go and convene with them. With that, we are going to pick it up there next time we play to get through all of that, because I don't want to open it up too much and then cut it off right there. So with that, and with everything we got through, we appreciate you watching, and we will pick it up there next time. Thank you. Take it easy.